All right, we are live with the top 8 of the ANZ AU Sorcery TCG Championships. I'm here with Sean. Sean, you are one of the game designers, and I'm guessing that you must be pretty excited to see all of your hard work in action at the moment.
Oh, yes. Always cool seeing people playing, and especially like this kind of level of gameplay. I know it's going to be this particular matchup is going to be pretty full on because we've got Enchantress, which is a very like rules heavy, lots of different tricks that you can pull out. And across the table from that, Elementalist, of course, could play any card in the whole set. So I guess we've got to wait and see what they start throwing at each other.
Yeah. It'll be a bit of a mystery for both us and the people watching. I actually played Dava in the tournament, so I was playing in the tournament earlier today. And Dava I've known for a long time. He's an incredibly good player and also just a super nice guy.
Nice.
I don't know, Anthony.
What were you playing?
I was playing Avatar of Earth. So Avatar of Earth versus Elementalist, pretty close matchup. And I started with double core in my opening turn one against Dava. But then I played one creature and he killed it, and then I played another creature and he killed it, and then another creature and he killed it, and then he had these massive enchantments. That's
just how it goes. All right, looks like they're getting started here.
Yep. So Dava is on the play. We are doing the Swiss play draw rule. So as the top of Swiss, Dava gets to choose to be on the play for game one. We're playing best of 3. So after game 1, whoever lost gets to choose. And then game 3 will be whoever lost again, assuming that there is a game 3. So we're doing some mulligans. Looks like David is mulliganing 2 spells and keeping his sights. Whereas we've got 2 spells and 1 sight, it looks like, from Anthony. So have you played much Elementalist? I don't even know exactly what Elementalist does. Can you explain it to myself and our viewers?
Yeah, sure. Elementalist is a pretty straightforward avatar on the surface, at least. Basic ability is just provides you with 1 of each elemental threshold off the bat. And what that lets you do is kind of play a lot of staple cards from all across the different elements. So you can see there, looks like thrown down a Geistwood maybe, and Will-O-Wisp straight on top of it. Of course, Geistwood being a non-elemental site, Elementalist still provides that fire threshold. And that's kind of some of the strength of Elementalist. You can play out that stuff. You can play a lot of neutral sites, which are often quite powerful. And Will-O-Wisp's a nice little blocker in there at the start.
And we've got a core from Dava as well on turn 1. No other spells yet, but that ramp is going to be pretty important to get to those 4 and 5 drop enchantments for Enchantress.
Yeah. I feel very, very appropriate that the spooky Will-O-Wisps coming out of the Geistwood there to defend territory.
So I don't actually know what Will-O-Wisps do. Can you tell me what the card does?
Yeah, sure. They're a little spirit. Their ability is, well, I mean, they've just been sacrificed there to read a forbidden text. But they're a really good blocker because anytime that they get attacked, which includes if they come in to defend someone else, they can teleport away to a nearby site or void in order to avoid that attack. Basically, you can block one thing and keep your blocker at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it looks like the Elementalists just summoned up these little spirits and got them to read this forbidden manuscript in order to get some extra spells in hand.
Yeah. So where I've seen Forbidden Manuscript being played before is with frog tokens. Summoning a bunch of frogs.
Frogs are really good readers.
yeah. When it comes to forbidden knowledge, frogs are on their game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and we have wildfire springing up out of the River of Flame. Love that. And instantly beginning to move forward into enemy territory. maybe looking to burn up the Elementalist nice and early.
Yeah, so that means that whenever Davida plays a spell, he can trigger his Elementalist to turn his Wildfire into a 4-power creature until the start of his next turn. So he can next turn play a spell, animate his fire thingamajiggy, and then get in for 4 damage, and then go to end step and deal 3 damage to the Avatar as well. So
yeah, if Anthony, our Elementalist here, doesn't get out a blocker, that could be a good 7 damage from this animated Wildfire next turn as it moves in, swipes at it at the Avatar being animated, and burns at the end of turn as well. But we have a Disenchant popping out there and getting rid of that Wildfire before it can be animated.
Yeah, a main deck Disenchant there, which is pretty good preparation, knowing that might be one of the relevant decks that you might play. And Anthony almost certainly kept that card in his opening hand if he had it, just because of how good it is in this matchup.
All right, so they're getting some dice out there to keep track of their mana as Dava has just played an Abundance, a big 5-cost aura, which can, of course, be turned into a 5-cost minion, or a 5-power minion, rather, with the Enchantress. But that Abundance now providing additional mana for everybody with those sites. I don't know how you make the River of Flame kind of more abundant in resources, but we'll figure it out.
Throw some petrol in there with
abundance of fuel.
Yeah. So interestingly, it adds an extra 3 mana for Davida, as 3 of those sites are his that are occupying that abundance. But then it also adds an additional mana for Anthony as well. So not just a one-sided double all your mana, a little bit extra.
But it's worthwhile for Davida here because most auras are taking up 4 spaces in the realm. He needs that block of 4 sites where he can play those auras in order to animate them. Because, of course, when he animates them and they become minions, if any part of them is still in the void, they are immediately banished. So this is now kind of a safe kind of forward camp that he can start playing those auras into and animate them safely. And we do have another Wildfire now coming in to harry the Elementalist once again. We have a Mirror Realm becoming a 3rd Lighthouse in this realm. And fan favorite Root Spiders coming in to stop any of those animated auras that do show up in that middle block.
So how does that work with the abundance that's currently a creature, but then won't be a creature in Davida's turn?
Yeah, I think not sure off the top of my head, but might have to check. I think the start of the turn triggers happen after mana would be produced, and so the abundance is essentially switched off for that turn.
Okay. And then it will turn back into an abundance that's not a creature, or it'll stay a creature and be disabled?
It'll turn back into an abundance, no longer be disabled because Root Spider won't affect it, but the mana will already have been missed out on for that turn. So David is going to have to wait an extra turn for that extra mana.
Yeah.
So and that Root Spider is a very nice play to stop more of those auras showing up. So in a very nice position there with its webs in the Gnome Hollows. But of course, that Wildfire now pushing into the Elementalist's territory, getting some damage on the board.
There's lots of different options available to Davida here in terms of which enchantments to animate and then be able to attack and then move the abundance. I think we're just having a judge call at the moment to just confirm exactly how much mana Davida has.
Yes, they'll be checking whether the abundance provided the mana this turn, which is that timing issue that I was talking about before.
Actually, incredibly helpful to have that dice be represented. So Dava actually representing exactly how much mana he has actually meant that we were able to just kind of check in to see whether Dava has the correct amount of mana. And so that's what they're currently checking, I believe.
Yeah, it certainly can be handy to grab something like a die to track it, especially when you've got cores and abundance in the mix, because it gets a little bit harder than just counting up how many sites you have on the board. But yes, as you mentioned, a lot of different lines of play with Enchantress, which is, of course, what makes her one of the more challenging avatars to play and to play against. Because there are a lot of different options there to keep track of.
Yeah. Are you going to make that rule now? Cool. All right. Am I muted at the moment, Sean, or can you hear me currently? Okay. So Jesse just came into the booth where I am now, just to check what question I was exactly asking when I sent Jesse the message about abundance. And so Jesse's now just going to make a ruling as to actually how many mana is in Davada's pool at the start of turn.
Yeah, so, all right.
This is one of the cool things about having commentary, because the game is so fresh. There's a lot of these like niche rule situations where we get to actually have a couple of people watching and then check in to see if the right ruling is being made. So really cool to see this, even though it actually it's kind of like really cool to see it, but then it also slows down the game. So anybody watching at the moment is like, oh, what's going on? What's happening next? But at the same time, we get to explore this really cool rules interaction, which is one of my favorite things about exploring a new card game and Sorcery in particular. So I'm curious, rules-wise and game design, how much do they overlap in terms of confirming these things from your experience?
Well, I think a lot of the game design is kind of flavor first, or what we call top-down design. So usually we'll start from that narrative perspective and trying to get stuff working really super thematically, with less of an eye towards perfect templating and stuff like that, which of course does bring up quite a few rules questions and things, especially when you get into these kind of competitive level events where people want to know how something's going to be ruled beforehand, so they can be prepared going into the tournament. And yeah, that's where things like our FAQ on Curiosa come in really handy. But we really empower our tournament organizers to make the rulings on the day. If they want to run their tournament a certain way, if they want to ban Chaos Twister because it's a little too chaotic for their play style, that's totally up to them. And yeah, basically give a lot of power to the tournament organizers to make what rulings they see fit. And by the looks of things, with that mana die ticking down there, it looks like they've ruled that the abundance did not give the extra mana this turn.
Yeah. So a very cool little, like a root spider, making things a bit tricky again.
Yeah, and a nice play here from Dava, playing the Thunderstorm meant that he could animate the wildfire, move it into the site where that plague of frogs has just spawned, this massive swarm of little creatures. But the wildfire, now getting that extra step of movement because it's been animated, can step in there and at the end of the turn wipe all those frogs out before itself is burnt.
Super relevant with that manuscript in play. So that would have been an additional 7 cards drawn by Anthony as that manuscript gets carried over, and then just like bang, 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 draw a bunch of cards, which would have definitely put Dava behind the 8 ball in terms of resources, although then it would become tempo focused. But instead of that game being where we're playing, Dava gets to kind of just keep where things are going Looks like he's got a bit of tempo as well as more mana as well. So it's just really coming down to cards. But with 3 cards in hand, 1 sight, definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Anthony now playing out a land surveyor. Simple mortal who's there to basically find him some new territory, maybe to expand upwards, get a little bit more resource himself, and maybe to take a hit from that thunderstorm, which is roiling overhead.
Yeah. Considering moving that elementalist away to try not to get hit by things.
Yeah, but he's obviously just drawn the sight as well, so might be tossing up whether to move and avoid the damage or to risk it by staying there and play the sight instead. But no, it looks like he's moving away and taking his Pnakotic manuscript with him. I don't think anybody knows how to pronounce that properly, by the way.
So this time the mana is going to be back because the abundance was not a creature at the start of the turn for that root spider to do its thing.
But the root spider's webs all through the gnome hollows there in the middle. It's very well positioned because the only 2 safe kind of blocks of sites where Davide can play his auras, if he wants to animate them, are both overlapping that root spider. So as soon as the thunderstorm or the abundance was to become animated, they would immediately get stuck in those webs and disabled, which kind of shuts down the enchantress's ability a little bit at the moment.
Certainly does. Particularly for any of those enchantments that are on those 4 squares. So what's Davide hoping to do here then? Play more spells, try to get some more lands into some more sites into play in order to be able to utilize these enchantments, or what do you reckon the game plan is?
Yeah, the elementalist is already on the back foot health-wise, and so what he's doing now, and this is one of the other strengths of Enchantress, is the auras just by themselves are quite strong, especially Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is an incredible card, and doubling that up, like now summoning in 2 thunderstorms just to absolutely blot out the sky over top of the elementalist. Those are just going to keep pinging away at that health, and yeah, if he just keeps that up, keeps that pressure on, it's going to be hard for the elementalist to come back from that.
Yeah. I guess playing the fair plan with those enchantments.
Yeah. Like I said, the root spider's kind of shutting down Enchantress's main ability a little bit, but Aura's still very good. We have our next set of frogs now swimming up to maybe do some reading.
Yep.
But will it be too late? That is the question.
It's good to draw cards, but when you're on death's door, it doesn't really matter how many cards you got.
Yep. We've still got 3 more lightning bolts waiting to fly out of those combined thunderstorms, but they may hit the will-o-wisps instead.
Okay.
All 3 of those, if Davide gets lucky and all 3 of them do hit the elementalist, that would put Anthony on death's door in the next couple of turns.
I really enjoy the way that Anthony's played this by putting that root spider there, really utilizing it, but then also the way that Anthony hasn't put sites in a location where Davida can then play more enchantments or be able to even animate those thunderstorms, making sure to keep at least one of those sites in the void. Sean, what happens when you animate an enchantment when there's one of those void spaces?
Yeah, so there's kind of there's a general rule in the game that minions cannot survive in the void. It's just blank, empty, nothingness. They will be instantly banished. And so, of course, if an aura through the Enchantress becomes animated, it becomes a minion and can suffer all of the same fates that minions do, including getting sucked into the void and banished.
So not a good idea for Dava to animate that thunderstorm, because it would go straight to the bin.
Absolutely, yes. Tempting to try and get that extra damage, but currently that is not on the table. And you can see that Anthony playing into that, right? He's played one site forward, made Davide come to him, and is now playing all of his sites to the back row, keeping lots of empty void spaces around, because that's kind of the Enchantress's bane.
Yeah. With that root spider as well, even if Davida was to play a site there to create a 4 square and then animate the thunderstorm, the root spider would just turn it off.
Yeah, which very clever, moving the direction of the realm over to the right-hand side on our screen here, because it's forcing Davide to make that decision of, do I complete the set of 9, all with the root spider in the middle, if I want to play those auras. And it looks like
here we see the combo going off. The frogs will die because they have read the forbidden text.
Yep.
But drawing 3 cards off there.
And some very nice ones too.
And if I'm not mistaken, David really didn't do anything last turn. Played a site, it looks like.
The thunderstorm fizzled out. No targets underneath it for the lightning to hit. It just struck the empty ground and then kind of dissipated into the wind, and kind of had to pass the turn. But he is ahead, so maybe it's probably fine for him to kind of bide his time a little bit. Maybe just spend a few turns drawing up some cards and building up some resource.
So what's
really
this
up to Anthony to push and try and come back?
Yeah, Anthony's currently done 0 damage throughout the course of his game, but it also does look like they've stabilized somewhat in not taking any more damage from Davida in the last turn, and Davida not playing any more enchantments that are scary. What's this spell that Anthony just played down the bottom here?
So that looks to be an Adept Illusionist. As long as it survives this turn and gets back around to Anthony, he can tap that to go and search through his hand, cemetery, or spellbook and find the second Adept Illusionist. So they're quite handy. They can kind of give you either chump blockers, or they can give you a minion that is just ready to charge forward and do a big, suicide mission, try and get some damage on the enemy sites. And then you just tap the other one and get the double back. We've got Enchantress blinking forward, not wanting to step in that river of flame, perhaps. And of course, drawing an extra spell. A lot of the classic damaging auras that Davide would be using have already come and gone. We had 2 wildfires burn their way through the realm. We had 2 thunderstorms do the same. And so there's only 1 of each of those left in the deck, probably, if he's running the full complement of 3.
Yeah, although we've just seen a really impressive play here. So that spider has just gone to the bin. Sean, can you run us through why that spider is in the bin?
Yeah, so Enchantress, having blinked up forward, has opted to tap and create a floodplain, just this area of water that can then push out and flood nearby sites. And of course, as the Gnome Hollows fills up with water, anything that was hiding out down in those burrows is not going to have a good time unless they are quite good at swimming themselves. And that root spider, sadly, sent to the cemetery, which does, of course, open up that abundance to be able to attack that Gnome Hollows now, which it looks like Davide just attempted to do, and it was blocked by the Adept Illusionist. It's a 5 damage hit coming in there on the site would be pretty bad at this point, almost all of Anthony's remaining life. It looks like an apprentice wizard now reading the manuscript.
Look, there's a lot of forbidden knowledge being read.
Yeah, those forbidden texts are very tempting. It's very hard to resist.
Yeah. That's a big play, though, to get rid of that root spider, to then be able to turn this 5/5 abundance back into a creature. and taking out that creature that could have gotten value if Anthony got to do untap and then summon another one from their deck. Then that would have been just more little bits of value, more things to be able to read forbidden text, and more cards in order to be able to really turn this game around. So from a stabilized position on 6 life, it's gonna have. I guess we're back in like Davide doing the driving, and Anthony engaging in a bit of defense. If you were Anthony here, what kind of cards would you be hoping to draw?
It's unlikely that he's running more copies of Dispel unless he's been quite worried about facing Enchantress in this tournament. So I don't know if he'll have a second copy of that in the deck. Not a lot of people running 2 copies just in their basic deck. Oh, but that is a very explosive play there. So the spell that Anthony has just cast, by the looks of things, is a Scorched Earth. Can destroy any of the sites he controls, and those sites that are destroyed also destroy anything at those sites. So he can be used as a defensive tool, but here what he's done is actually destroy the roots of Yggdrasil, which make up the very foundation of the realm, and of course as they fall apart, it literally destroys everything else. So this is a massive reset. As you can see, they're replacing all of their sites with rubble. All of their artifacts are gone. Those auras are gone. Any minions that were on the board are gone, and now they are kind of at a reset. Of course, in this particular instance, Anthony still has some mana to spend on this turn because, of course, all of his sites generated that mana at the start. He spent some on the Scorched Earth, but now he probably has, I think, 2 or 3 or 4 left to spend, and he has been playing a bunch of those land surveyors to find him new territory. So this could get very interesting, as Davide is now forced to draw sites to try and rebuild.
Interesting. So with all those additional cards drawn from reading forbidden texts, Anthony has put themselves in a really good position to be able to capitalize this reset, having just more resources in hand. But it looks like Davide might have been preparing for this exact possibility.
I do wonder how long he's been holding the Ruby core, whether it was he saw Roots of Yggdrasil played and then kind of held onto it in case this scenario came up, or whether he's been holding it for a long time just because he didn't particularly need that mana. But we have Enchantress doing the same. Anthony now rebuilding his core. Oh, and a Pillar of Zyros. Now with everything in the realm being destroyed, that is going to banish all minions from all cemeteries and heal him a bunch. So this game is far from over.
6 life. Gain 6 life, back up to 12. No creatures in Davida's graveyard, which is one of the, I guess, features or bugs, depending on whose side you're on, for the Gaming of Life. But back up to 12.
That is certainly pretty interesting. As hitting that reset button with the Roots of Yggdrasil, and then having a core in hand and the Pillar of Zyros to be able to bump the life back up. That's a pretty big swing. And if Anthony has some kind of low-cost minions that he can get out quickly, this could very quickly turn around.
Yeah. I mean, you can see why these two players have made the top 8. They have really thought about exactly where this game was, where it's going to end up, how it's going to maybe change. The fact that Davide kept that Ruby core, which, there are a couple of different reasons. One could be that he saw the potential for this exact board state to occur. The other one could be that he just wanted a 1-cost spell to be able to animate a enchantment at some point in the game. But either way, just having that foresight, like instinctively for me, my instinct is just, play those cores straight away, get that mana down. But There's a reason why I'm doing the commentary and I'm not in the top 8.
Well, yeah, it's certainly it's something that I think people who are very new to Sorcery don't instantly pick up, but you kind of get after your first kind of dozen games or so, is when just not to play your cards, when you could absolutely play that core early, but sometimes it's good to wait and see if your opponent has a cave in or a dispel, disenchant, and in this case, a Roots of Yggdrasil to reset everything.
Yeah, Roots of Yggdrasil is definitely one of the spicier lands in terms of really changing the way that the game, I guess, eventuates.
Yeah, and I'm in love with that artwork, Vincent Pompetti. It's so good, and I'm probably I don't know if I can say more excited than most people in the community to get my hands on one of those single player Roots of Yggdrasil maps, but
Yep.
I have seen one, and so I feel like my desire has been enhanced by almost getting it and now having to wait.
Yep, for sure. Now, we saw last turn on Davida's turn, which was a really interesting situation. Chose to tap his avatar in order to draw a site. Now, he could have chosen to draw a site for turn and then tap the avatar to play that site, but instead choosing to just simply draw a card and then tapping his avatar to draw a site. So I've got some theories about why that's the case, but I'm going to throw it to you, Sean. Why do you think Davida elected to do it that way rather than getting at the mana?
Well, with the realm being reset and having to kind of retreat back and rebuild his domain, rebuild up his mana base and his sites, might have been hoping to draw something low cost, a low cost minion perhaps to get a blocker in there, and maybe wasn't so lucky. But obviously, still needing to play sites and get that mana base back up, because most auras, costing at least 3 or 4 mana, kind of needs to rebuild a little bit.
For sure. So
could have been
my
hoping
take
for something
was
cheap.
Yeah, could have been hoping for something cheap. That's not where my head went. My head went to Davida is thinking that this game is going to go for a long time, and Enchantress doesn't have the ability of Sorcerer to tap draw a card. So the maximum number of cards that he can draw, so spells specifically, is 1, whereas he can tap his avatar in order to draw a site. So just drawing the card is like minus tempo at the moment, but plus cards, which, considering the number of cards that Anthony has drawn throughout this game, David is thinking to himself, well, I've got to just every opportunity to draw a spell, I have to draw a spell, because at some point we're going to get into this like card advantage like war, and I'm not going to be able to tempo, get in this last sneaky 12 points of damage because there's just too much going on. So
a very,
I'm going to
very
have to
good
try
point.
to play the way
might be playing the long game, because especially he's got a Angel's Egg out there now, and so those smaller minions like the Land Surveyor, he can kind of just ignore them unless Anthony gets out several small minions to start getting that damage in. He can kind of ignore them because the Angel's Egg is just going to heal him up at the end of each turn.
So we saw Grandmaster Wizard from both sides in consecutive turns here. Grandmaster Wizard, that's an all-time favorite of mine. 6 cost, 0 power, draw 3 cards as a Genesis effect.
And like you said, both wanting to have plenty of resources in hand, the Wizard Duel is a good way to get to there.
Yeah. So it looks like that's the first actual creature that we've seen from Davida, because none were exiled with the land that the site that exiles all creature cards in graveyard. So the first one being this Grandmaster Wizard.
Interesting here, occasionally getting a little bit of a peek at Davida's hand. Maybe a little bit of insight into what he's building towards.
What are you thinking? What do you reckon he's building towards?
Well, looks like he just fanned through them then, and it looks like he's got 2 major explosions sitting right on the top. Of course, that
You're
costs
gonna have
7
to.
mana, which is going to take him a while to build back up to.
Seven's a lot. And what is this major explosion do?
Well, it hits 9 sites for a bunch of damage to everything on those sites. And you can target it, I think it's 2 or 3 sites away, which would be a great way for him to basically get that extra damage in. It's also a pretty unavoidable death blow card. So he's probably might play 1 to try and clear out whatever defenders Anthony has, but is very likely going to hold on to the second. This is if he gets up to enough mana to even really play them. Definitely hold on to that second one as a death blow.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of getting to enough mana in order to be able to do that, it looks like those cores have something's gone to those cores. What's happened with those cores?
I'm not sure. I might have missed a card play.
Well, I think it's the enchantment that thinks everything.
Yes. Yeah, we've got Atlantean Fate came out, which is, of course, flooded and then submerged on all those sites. It won't have flooded the Dark Tower, it looks like, in there. But of course, it's dropped the Angel's Egg and the Ruby Core down into the depths. And it looks like Atlantean Fate now from Dava coming down. As this whole side of the board is just looking to flood and get rid of those artifacts.
Yeah,
and of course that also killing off all those blockers.
Bit of an eye for an eye there. And I'm sure that Dava knew exactly how that was going to interact with that tower. Considering he was about to do the exact same thing himself. So definitely on top of things. Well, this is turning out to be such a great game. We're 37 minutes into this game at this point in time, and it doesn't look to be over any time in the next little bit. David is still on 20 life. Anthony on 12.
Anthony playing defensive at the start because of those big auras showing up. And so, with a reset from Roots of Yggdrasil, the game having to almost start again at about the 20-minute mark.
Yep. So we've just seen another Grandmaster Wizard, so another draw 3 cards here. So even more resources available for Anthony, but still hasn't turned that corner into being able to attack. So interesting.
Lots of cards in hand, lots of options, but perhaps not the ones that he's looking for. And of course, Davide playing Enchantress looks to be pretty content with a small domain, just the 5 sites there, which of course limits the number of places where Anthony can send his forces in to deal that damage.
I don't know about what the threshold for Atlantean Fate is, but I'm curious if Anthony playing the Atlantean Fate on Davida's sites actually gave him enough water threshold in order to be able to play his own Atlantean Fate. So, are you able to confirm?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So that's a pretty cool interaction.
Fate needing 2 water threshold, and we have those 3 sites there, 1 unique, 2 exceptional, which became flooded and water sites. Got rid of some earth, air, and fire threshold, but got the water threshold that he needed to play his own.
One of those situations where if you knew exactly what was in your opponent's hand, maybe you play slightly differently, or maybe you actually just have to go into it because it's such a good play.
Yeah. I mean, dropping the Ruby Core is pretty good play there, but obviously came back to bite him a little bit because the Atlantean Fate coming back meant that Elementalist let the Philosopher's Stone and an Amethyst core slip out of her fingers.
Yep.
And now submerged somewhere in the flooded windmill.
With Enchantress, can you only animate your own enchantments, or can you animate your opponent's enchantments as well?
I'll have a quick check, but I believe you can animate your opponents, but it doesn't give you control of them.
No, I was just curious if Davida could animate that Atlantean Fate of Antony's and then use some kind of spell that could then kill it to then get some of those fire thresholds back, if that's what he
absolutely.
needed.
Yeah, so Enchantress there reading, whenever you cast a spell, you may animate target aura until your next turn. So that could be allied, could be an enemy aura.
All right, so we've got a Highland Princess coming in, which will fetch out any one or less, is it? One or less cost artifact into hand?
Yep. Go look for a relic, cost 1 or less. See whether he's got any more cores in his spell book there, because we've seen 2
like
out already and the Philosopher's Stone, so might not have anything else to search for there.
Okay. So maybe just a blocker there, maybe just chip away and deal 1 damage. And then we've got that avatar tapping to draw a sight again. So certainly focusing on that drawing cards. For those that are interested, we're playing a top 8 match at the moment. It's actually best of 3. Davida was on the play for this game. They are untimed. So we still have to play in a timely manner, which these 2 players definitely are. But this could be like, at 50 minutes, maybe 60 minutes for the first game. If we have 2 more games that are like that, this could be a very long top 8.
All right, we just saw the Elementalist there dropping a Poison Nova to kill an animated Atlantean Fate and also take out the Highland Princess.
Okay, so Poison
and
Nova.
And Anthony's found another core. Dropping a browse, getting to look through.
I'm curious if there's a point where Anthony actually runs out of relevant cards, like actually gets through the entire spellbook. How often does that occur?
It's very, very rare to get through the entire spellbook. Most people drawing 1 spell a turn, roughly, and then you've got a couple of those things. Well, actually, Anthony's been playing quite a few of them. Combos with Manuscript and Frogs, and then Grandmaster Wizards can speed that rate up a little bit, but it's roughly means it's going to be 40 turns before you start running out. But whether he's got more relevant cards there that are going to, secure the win or let him come back from this position, that I cannot say. But it looks like we have the Major Explosion now dropping 7 damage directly onto the Elementalist.
That exact play that I was asking about earlier, animating the Atlantean Fate before the resolution of that spell has meant that Atlantean Fate is now in the bin, and Davida has less water threshold, but has access to that fire threshold, and I think it was maybe an earth as well.
With his abundance out and his Atlantean Fate now gone, I wonder how many water auras he actually has in the deck. He might not be too worried about that water threshold.
Yeah.
So great. Another one of those like many angles of attack that you can pull off with the Enchantress, casting your spell that's about to deal damage, and then as the spell is about to resolve, animating your opponent's aura, which then of course gets caught in the explosion.
Definitely. It's one of the things that Jesse announced at the start of the tournament was to be really clear with Enchantress players that if you cast a spell, you need to animate something before you then resolve the spell. Because if you play something like a blink, for instance, and then you go, cool, I'm going to do this, I'm going to draw this card, and you draw the card and then say, I'm going to animate this. Well, you've actually gained a little bit of information by drawing that card as to whether you wanted to animate that thing or not. So you would not be able to actually animate at that point in time.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got an Earthquake coming down here. Is that right?
Yeah, Earthquake. And it looks like Anthony's opted to push Enchantress a little bit away, maybe fearing what I was talking about before, and a second, well, maybe not expecting a second major explosion, but any number of other kill cards, like a heat ray or something, would be very easy from that diagonal position to just take one step and get that killing blow.
Yeah.
And so probably playing around, at least probably what I would be doing is playing around the idea that you might hit death's door soon. So you taking advantage of that earthquake to push the enemy avatar away a little bit. Definitely seems wise there.
Back up to 8 mana by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So 8 mana for this turn with that tower.
Yep. And still got the Philosopher's Stone was just buried by that earthquake.
All right, so we can see a
blink
blink
a little bit
to
closer.
start. Yeah, okay. So maybe that instinct from Anthony was correct.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on. Riptide also pulling closer.
Yeah. Okay, so getting closer
and closer. Using it to even move the Enchantress up a little bit. And Anthony's got to be feeling like the Enchantress teleporting and then surfing her way into the same row probably spells bad news.
Hats off to Anthony for realizing that potential, that desire for Dava to be close, and so played that earthquake in what looks like a really smart way. Just that Dava had the ability to draw himself closer, although then just passes the turn. So nothing to go with that. We might. I don't think we've seen a poison Nova.
Yeah, it might just be spending the mana now because he can. He had nothing else big to play that turn, and so wanting to stay close, might as well do it now. Might as well do something with that mana on that turn, even if he doesn't have enough to cast out whatever spell he's planning just yet.
Yep. Could also be digging towards
going up.
Yeah, another Gnome Hollows.
Really interesting board layout here.
Yeah. Because it chose to put it in that top position up there. Could have also put it in that I guess position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The bottom leftmost. I'm not going to try to understand exactly what's going on there. Do you have a handle on why we would go that top one, or is it just look enough? It doesn't really matter one way or the other.
Yeah, I think at this point with the amount of sites that are out, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 7 each. They've got more than enough mana to play anything they want to, and there is a Craterize.
Oh, so who's playing that Craterize?
That looks like Anthony's playing it. It's going to deal some damage to himself, but he's looking to destroy a site, deal a large chunk of damage to the Enchantress.
Interesting. All right, so David down to 11, Anthony on 3. A fistful of cards in hand for both.
Yeah.
David, for the first time, looks to be thinking about whether he's going to draw a spell or a land. So starting to count up his mana, working out exactly what he wants to do here. Because I think his plan is to somehow get Anthony down to death's door, and then use that last. Was it explosion? What was the last
major explosion? And Anthony may have been reading that explosion, seeing David sitting on that 7 mana, and having already played one this game, maybe thinking, if he's got another one in his hand, I really don't want him to be able to easily play that out.
Yep.
Because it's very bad news. But now replacing that rubble, what was once a ruin, I believe. Yep. A ruin reduced to rubble, now flooded over.
All right,
counting up the mana, and yes, looks like David is going to take this opportunity to drop him down to death's door. Guaranteed hit there with the major explosion.
Yep.
And Davide
I'm
himself
sure.
just slowly healing back up for that angel's egg that it's been what was submerged and now buried back on those ruins of his.
So this egg, it doesn't have to be equipped to anybody. It just has to sit on a site. Like what exactly does it do?
Correct. Yeah, it just cares about who controls the site that it's at. So submerging
Okay.
it, unfortunately, doesn't diminish its power at all. It's just going to sit there and maybe even be safer, hiding out in the subsurface. And that, of course, is going to let Davide just kind of slowly tick his life back up. It means he can do things like play, like he did earlier, where he played that major explosion really danger close, right? And kind of hit himself for, I think, 3 damage. But resting, pretty assured that that 3 would just tick back up.
So we got a spell here from Anthony. Is that the death speaker? Is that death? What's
the death dealer?
Death Dealer. Okay, I'm still getting my head around the names, but Death Dealer Genesis ability destroys all other minions. Is that correct?
Yes, and doesn't really care where they are, if they're in the void, or if they're on the surface, subsurface. This guy is going to just wipe them all out. Of course, not an incredible card against the Enchantress, who is very, very minion light. But getting a 4-power minion on the board as a bit of a last resort,
I think it's a blocker as a chump blocker. But what do we got here by Dava to try and finish off this last point of damage?
That looks like a silence aura to me. Silence, of course, only a 3-cost aura, so not strong enough to kill the Death Dealer. But as long as Davide can get enough attackers swinging in there to overwhelm the number of defenders, there could very well be a death blow coming next turn as the Enchantress attacks and then brings in the silence to finish off the Elementalist, or vice versa. Depends whether Enchantress wants to get the killing blow herself, I guess.
Yeah, so the actual attack with the Avatar. And what was that sneaky spell that was played at the very end there by Davida in the space?
It's at this point of the game, it's maybe adding insult to injury, but we have another Angel's Egg dropping there. All right.
Okay, so just some more luck going.
Yeah, Anthony actually opting to go on the attack with both Elementalist and the Death Dealer to deal 5 damage, bring Davide down a little bit, and it looks like was trying to play a Root Spider to lock down the Silence Aura. But of course, the Silence Aura then removes the Root Spider's burrowing ability, which instantly killed it. So maybe there. Oh, and here we go. Once again, Enchantress teleporting,
animate
around
the thing, and then attack.
Animating, and yes, has opted to go in and get the killing blow herself. Enchantress charging into that Elementalist. Looks like for the kill. Yeah,
it looks like just a sneaky 53-minute game 1. All right. So one of the things that we now get to do, which haven't been doing in the Swiss rounds, is going to sideboard. So for those that don't know the sideboarding rule, Sean, how many sideboard cards do you actually submit with your deck list at the start of the tournament?
Well, it's one of those rules that's up to the tournament organizer, but most people have been playing either 10 or 15, just kind of a small amount, so you can, if you come up against Enchantress, maybe you slip a few extra dispels or disenchants in there.
I would be very curious to see how many dispels will be in the deck post board. So 10,
I'm not
10
sure
or 15.
I'm not sure on the particular rules for this tournament, but are they are sideboarding in secret, not showing each other what they're adding? I imagine that would be the case for this particular tournament. So there might be some extra surprises this time around. We'll see. Not to say that first game wasn't full of its own surprises.
That was a fantastic game. I was actually talking to Dava earlier in the tournament and I asked him about Enchantress and how he feels about it. And he told me that it's an excellent deck for the Swiss and not as good in the top 8. So one of his concerns is the number of dispels that actually occur post-board. So he's aware of that. So I'm very curious to see both how many dispels, but also what Davida's plan is to deal with the dispel situation that might be occurring in the top 8.
Yeah, does he just try to play even more auras and overwhelm? Just play out more than can be dispelled? Because, of course, I guess Elementalist could, in theory, have 4 of each, right? I mean, that would be a very dedicated sideboard to bring along. if you were really worried about Enchantress, that might be... They're essentially kill cards in that matchup, right? But could be running 8 dispels, which would be pretty wild.
Yeah. That would be just such an interesting game plan. But then is there a trump that Davida can have by, like, I don't know, just playing a bunch of like creatures in his sideboard to go, okay, well, you brought in a lot of dispels. You took out your things like bury and destroy target creature effects in order to then have more dispels. And then Davida goes, bang, like even like a Boskwood Troll or something like that could just take the game away.
It's one of the risks with playing Enchantress, right? Is like you're kind of set in a very specific gameplay, or specific kind of deck build and what you're going to put in there in order to take full advantage of your avatar. So yeah, it's tricky deciding what to chuck in there. I've got an eye on chat here. So anybody watching live on YouTube, chuck in the chat what you would swap in if you were playing Enchantress. Is there anything you would swap out? Would you just try to outrun the number of dispels coming your way? Or would you chuck some Bosk Trolls in there, get some cheap, powerful minions?
Yeah. I'd be expecting to see at least 1 to 2 Drought in the Enchantress sideboard. So tell me about Drought and why that would be in the sideboard for Davida, Sean.
Possibly having seen a number of water affinity cards showing up on Anthony's side. So things like that Plague of Frogs, there's a threat there of drawing 7 cards, or even playing Tadpole Pool and drawing 3 cards off of that. And so maybe putting a couple of Droughts in to interrupt some of those water spells that Anthony seems to have quite a few of. That could be the tactic there.
Yeah, very cool. So many different options, which is one of the cool things about having the sideboard as well. To then just kind of spice things up. You kind of got to be aware of what other decks might be in the meta, and gives you a bit of bonus as well when you're playing something a little bit left field. Enchantress definitely having. You're just going to search this up now?
Yeah, Drought, another 4-cost aura, so good and strong. If you can animate it, that's a decent power coming swinging in.
Spin Scott just mentioned was hoping to see a Koi Nixie with those water sites. So the reference point for that Koi Nixie, for those that don't know, Lindsay actually came to the tournament yesterday. She had a little artist booth in the shop and did a reveal of the new artwork for Koi Nixie. So not legal in this set, but was literally spoiled yesterday for the first time worldwide.
But an incredibly useful minion. The ability on Koi Nixie is amazing. I can say from playtesting and stuff, it's very powerful. Especially in water, where you want to kind of shift stuff to be where you want it and be able to line things up.
Yeah. So sideboards
here, maybe some smokestacks. Shut down some of the sites there.
Spinscott was just saying that a really stunning piece, the artwork. I can confirm that seeing it in person, it pops even more. Like the original art actually has a slightly different color to the graphic that Eric ended up using for the card. So the artwork in person has like a slightly more bluish tinge in the background, and then the card, in post they made it a little bit more purple in order to show off some of the other aspects to it. But just being able to see that tiny little difference is something that, like, those little things get me really excited about seeing the artwork in person.
Yeah,
I think the plan is for us to actually have the artwork up in the shop. So
awesome.
Yeah. So if you're ever in Melbourne, Australia, then you can come into the shop and hopefully check out the artwork if it remains here.
Oh, yeah. Awesome piece. And it looks like we're getting set up for game 2. No one's elected to sideboard out their avatars. Not surprising, because these 2 avatars require very specific decks.
Does anybody actually do that? Like, is that a thing that happens?
Well, it's in theory something that you could do, but it's not really advised, because usually your avatar's ability, they're quite powerful, and you want to build your deck around taking advantage of that ability. So unless you were doing something really weird and wanted to spring a surprise on your opponent, maybe play like a Geomancer and then switch to Avatar of Earth for the second game.
Yeah. I mean, I can see having like a transformational sideboard where your opponent doesn't know, like, am I going to get paired against this like sorcery build, or am I going to get in the Avatar of Earth build? Yeah.
But yeah, definitely one of the restrictions with only having a 10 or 15 card sideboard means, like, well, how much can I really change?
And that includes both sites and spells. So
yes.
We might also
Daniel
see some
B
different
commenting here, love the diversity in the top 8. Yeah, when I heard some of the decks that were in the top 8, awesome just seeing a bunch of different avatars being represented.
Yep. Yeah, it's very cool. I actually played in the tournament. I had 6 rounds. I didn't play against a duplicate deck the entire tournament.
Yeah, so, that's awesome.
6 rounds of constructing, and obviously 3 rounds of draft. I didn't play against the same deck.
Yeah. It's cool. It means that people are trying out new things, right? No one's just, it's one of the things I like with the sorcery meta, where, like, there's not one deck that is just the best, and everybody's kind of, making carbon copies of that and taking it along if they want the best shot at winning. People are actually still brewing up interesting lists and all different types of avatars, as we can see here.
Yeah, with such a fresh deck, I know that fresh game. I know that there are definitely some online leagues and a couple of places, where you might be able to find some deck lists. But because it's so fresh, you can also just make something that nobody's ever seen before, and it can be better than everything. So the ability to kind of, come out of left field, but not only just play something that is, unknown, but something that's just legitimately powerful by itself that people haven't explored, because, even though people put in a bunch of hours into this, there's still so many cool and interesting things to be able to find.
Yeah, it's one of the it's a really interesting piece of kind of game design philosophy, I guess, that I've heard a few times from Eric now, of like designing cards as parts of a combo that doesn't exist yet. And what I mean about that is things like, okay, so let's put in alpha, let's do, say, like Scent Hounds or Master Tracker, that, they have this really thematic ability of nullifying your opponent's stealth on their minions. And it's kind of thrown in there as there are a bunch of stealth minions in the game, but this isn't, designed for any specific thing. It's just super thematic, and it kind of sits there in the card pool in case, like, a super stealth build becomes really relevant, and then it's like, oh, there's actually stuff already in the card pool that can deal with this, that people may not have been playing as much, and then suddenly find those game pieces and bring them back.
Yeah.
It looks like we're
So we,
well into here now.
Yep. Dava started off with a core, which, excellent opening hand. And then Anthony got in with a land surveyor in order to draw an extra site. And then we've seen looks like to be a blink as well in order to move the enchantress up. And is that what's going on with
another
that?
root spider showing up, but this time on the surface, maybe waiting for an aura to make itself known before burrowing. Obviously, that silence taking out the root spider in the first game maybe playing on Anthony's mind a little bit.
Yep. So also said that Land Surveyor getting in for 1 damage. Good job, Land Surveyor. Drawing a site as well as doing damage. What more could you ask for?
And Anthony taking advantage, knowing that his opponent, the Enchantress, is going to want a little bit more mana before she's able to start bringing those auras out to animate them. And so not having those low-cost minions that can jump in and defend means the Land Surveyor on his horse there can kind of ride roughshod over his sites. And it looks like that's maybe the other reason he left Root Spider up, is to also get in with the attack there.
Yeah, so we see 3 damage, putting Dava to 16 and then passing the turn. And you might notice that the land, the site that was played, going down to the bottom left in order to avoid those squares, in order for Davida to be able to play those auras. But there is the opportunity for Davida to play an additional site in order to make the first square available for those sites.
Interesting.
But chooses not to.
Maybe not wanting to expose himself a bit too much, especially with the apprentice wizard there, just would be able to immediately sneak in and start getting some damage in as well.
Yep, could also be fearing some kind of effect that would turn off his threshold, if that's something that's particularly important to him at this point in time.
Yep. And once again, Anthony, playing Elementalist here, has decided to create the Roots of Yggdrasil as part of his domain, which, as we saw in the last match, means that if he finds one of those kind of combo pieces, either the Scorched Earth or maybe a Sinkhole, if he's got those in his Atlas, he might be able to pull off the same board reset move that he did in the last game. But at the moment, he wouldn't want to do that. He is ahead, 3 minions on the board, getting some damage in, waiting for perhaps a big, nasty aura to drop.
Okay, so just confirming here whether Davida can elect to put his site somewhere slightly differently. One of the ways that this tournament was being judged was that if no additional information is being gained by any player, such as whether I play my land in X position or Y position, then a rewind is available to that person. But if something happens like attacking a site and somebody chooses not to block, or playing a card that draws a card, so any time you get any additional information in any way, then you're not allowed to I guess take back or slightly change a spot. But as a general rule, it was kind of like pretty friendly, whilst also having like a clear guideline as to what can happen and what can't happen. So probably a little bit of a confirmation from Jesse the judge there as to whether Davida is allowed to change exactly where that site was, but certainly consistent with how it was being ruled for the entire day.
Yeah, and so he did opt to play it up forward, create that block where he could then drop his abundance. And it looks like basically, was that 3 different ruins? So a big swath of destruction in the middle there, which is now overgrown, with the abundance providing extra mana for all, but mostly for Davida.
Yeah, mostly for Davida. But down to 13. So really big comparison here from this game compared to the previous game, where pretty quickly off the back, Davida was in the driver's seat and doing a bunch of damage. Whereas this game, Anthony is really started really beating up with this Land Surveyor and the Root Spider as well, just doing 3 damage a turn. It adds up pretty quick.
Yeah, just opting to kind of play aggressive and get that damage in early before all of those Angel's Eggs and big animated auras start showing up. And interesting, just choosing to attack into Davida's back row there with both of those minions, now meaning that that abundance can't kind of chase them down and kill them. So you can keep turn after turn, keeping that damage on, keep that pressure. And he's got a couple of blockers in those wizards. Those poor
one of the downsides is, oh, what are we seeing here? We're going to animate the 5/5 and play a spell.
Yeah, they look like a disintegrate.
Disintegrate.
Absolutely
okay.
Burning up, turning that root spider to ash. It is banished. Animating that abundance. Looks like giving it a Tor's Hammer trinket.
I don't even know what that card is. What does a Tor's Hammer trinket do?
It's a very small relic. Gives +1 power to the unit bearing it. But at the end of the turn, it bounces back to your hand. So very, very useful for the Enchantress, because that's a 1-cost spell that she can basically keep in your hand and have it guaranteed that she can animate something every single turn.
So something that might have on face value looked like, okay, you put this in a super aggressive deck, pay 1 mana, give something +1 +0, be able to use that attack. Maybe it trades with something, put it back in your hand, equip it to a different creature. But Enchantress has seen this aggressive card and said, well, hang on a second. This is actually going to be able to help me turn on my enchantments every turn.
Yeah, so playing it probably more just for the recursion. Oh, okay, I'm going to talk about that in a second. Probably just playing it more for the recursion, and the +1 power is a bit of a bonus.
So what was that thing that we just
have a 0/1 Hydra dropping in the front? This is a 6 power, immune to any damage that isn't lethal. So that is an absolute beast dropping down there. But the play that caught my eye is we now have Roots of Yggdrasil and a Sinkhole sitting down in the bottom left there, which means now on any future turn of Anthony's, he can trigger Sinkhole, destroy Roots of Yggdrasil, and wipe the board.
Yeah, set everyone back to the Stone Age.
Yep.
So that would also destroy the auras, is that correct? Or only if they're creatures?
That would destroy the auras, indeed. Roots of Yggdrasil, of course, reading, when the Roots of Yggdrasil are destroyed, destroy everything.
Destroy everything. Okay.
Well, it's like you cut the bottom part of the trunk off of a tree. The rest of the tree all just falls over.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Roots are holding everything up. Really can't get rid of them. Although Davide very smartly there has played Atlantean Fate on top of the Roots, which will wipe the text box.
So protecting from that possibility.
Yeah, so now if Anthony wants to pull that off, he's going to have to get rid of the Atlantean Fate somehow. Maybe draw one of those 8 Dispels and Disenchants, right?
Yep.
And once again, we have the Tor's Hammer trinket going onto the Abundance in order to swing in for 6 damage. And those 2 turns, Davide is very quickly caught up.
That's a lot of damage in the space of 2 turns. Just thonk, thonk.
Yep.
And definitely that
land itself.
Yeah, yeah. That combo that Anthony has in terms of being able to blow up the world is super relevant here if he can find that disenchant.
Yes, absolutely. Because that abundance in the middle is a big problem currently. Although there is an interesting spot here where if he does draw that Dispel or Disenchant, he could cast it on the ruins in the center of the board there. And because Atlantean Fate and Abundance are both affecting that site, a single Dispel or Disenchant would destroy them both.
Oh, so that would actually,
So you maybe
change
even
the
just play it
landscape.
there. Yeah, play it there.
Yeah,
Don't even need to do the roots combo just yet, because that's both of Davide's big pieces out of play.
yeah. The other thing that is relevant in comparison to last game is that Anthony had a bunch of extra cards. So from Frogs drawing cards with the manuscript as well as apprentices. So when the board was wiped, they had a bunch of resources available to them to then build up, which Davina was also planning for. Slow rolled that core and really planned ahead, which was why he was still in the game, and then managed to sneak that victory out. But if Anthony was to blow up the board at this point in time, not really in a position where he can really capitalize on that reset.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece to even just drop down, because having those two sites sitting there as a threat, that's got to play into all of your decisions, right? How much do you want to commit to the board when you know your opponent could reset everything?
True.
And
True.
and yeah, again, getting a little peek there at Davide's cards, he does have an amethyst core in hand, and maybe doing the same thing as last time, just wanting to hold on to that in case a reset happens.
Just brilliant. Just brilliant. Really cool to see this high level play.
We have a third apprentice wizard dropping down, a coven of spellcasters there.
And a land surveyor to hang out with those
Thrown in with
wizards.
Lance Surveyor. It looks like he was just thinking about the roots combo, but they're pointing out the Atlantean fate there, maybe realizing that the combo is currently switched off.
It would be interesting to know from Anthony's spot whether they were aware of that before they drew the card and then drew the site.
Yes.
With the land surveyor.
Yeah, they might have been trying to fill their hand up. Yeah.
Yeah. Which would be unfortunate, but there's every chance that Anthony knew exactly what was going on, and maybe was just trying to find the disenchant in order to be able to actually do the combo.
Yeah, it might be digging for that answer.
So you got that land surveyor down the back that can attack for 1 damage, 2 apprentice wizards that can attack for another damage each. So can put Dava down to 9 here. So definitely still anyone's game in terms of even the tempo, like exactly who's in front. So you see a site drawn by the elementalist.
Yeah, might be planning ahead for that roots combo. But yeah, that abundance sitting in the middle of the board is quite the obstacle at the moment.
You see just not that many actual lands being played by Davida, because Davida has enough mana with that abundance actually creating an additional 3 mana. He has access to 3, 6, 7 plus the core, so 8.
8 at the moment.
Mana. Yeah, so really doesn't have a need to even play any of those sites. So can actually just start playing around that potential roots combo by just drawing some additional sites, by tapping the avatar and just not playing any of those sites because he doesn't need the mana.
Yeah, there's maybe a question here on my mind of why Anthony didn't maybe play the Apprentice Wizard or the Land Surveyor into that ruins up ahead, because that is the one site that's currently vulnerable to being attacked by the Abundance, which is the big threat on the board at the moment, right?
So it could actually save 5 life by playing the Apprentice Wizard or the Land Surveyor in that other spot by being able to block.
Yeah, playing it up ahead just as a blocker.
Yep.
Or even playing it on the same site at the lighthouse with the Elementalist. It can hang out there with the Avatar for a little bit, but also, be able to defend forwards. But yeah,
And
life
maybe that
total's much
was
more even in this game, as we've
yep.
had a bit more back and forth, at least in terms of attacks.
Really fascinating stuff here, and I'm really appreciative of the pace of play by both Anthony and Davida, two people that have clearly played the game a lot, have thought about these interactions, and maybe even dealt with a bunch of these interactions in playtesting games, so they know a little bit more about what's going on. And so, even though there's a couple of times where it's like, oh, well, I play this one or another one, their actual thinking is really spot on. Really cool to see.
Yeah. All right, got a couple of points of damage coming through for some firebolts. And another, yeah, the same, actually. Same Torsheimer Trinket animating that aura. Abundance once again
And
swinging for
bang,
6, and that looks like
crash for
that
the
is
six.
Death's Door.
Death's Door. Okay.
Oof. And actually, looking at chat, Nick's given me a reason why they might be stacking up those apprentice wizards, just in case there's an occult ritual waiting in the wings to maybe generate a whole bunch of mana for some kind of response.
Yep. Or some forbidden texts being in the same spot, so drawing 4 cards, just bang, bang,
Yeah.
bang, 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 bang. Yep. So definitely a couple of different options as to why you want all those apprentices in the same spot, especially if your plan is to reset the world. So maybe going, okay, manuscripts, draw 4 cards, then disenchant, then blow up the world.
Yeah, that could certainly be the option. Although a disenchant here, being able to take out both of those auras, you could even just hold on to the roots, unless you really want your opponent to reset too, and feel like you can, oh, there it is, manuscript drops. And it looks like we might be reading with all 4 apprentice wizards, once again delving into the forbidden archives, and instead of coming out with a love potion this time, it looks like one has found a philosopher's stone. Very nice find. Next one has found the Grandmaster Wizard.
Yep.
Not
so
surprised
maybe
he was hanging out
upgrade
in
from
the forbidden archives.
Yep, with the apprentice wizards.
Third one's found what looked like a Panorama Manticore. And Land Surveyor doesn't know anything about magic, but he's going to go in there and perish.
So that was all happening on a Geistwood, which
I
means
see.
that Genesis abilities also have death abilities. Death right abilities, I believe is the term.
Yeah, so all of those apprentice wizards essentially triggered twice. Once they tapped to draw a spell by reading the manuscript, and then they also drew a spell because they died on the Geistwood. Same thing with Land Surveyor, but obviously getting a spell and a sight. And of course, it looks like the Earthquake that Anthony just cast was enough to... yeah, and he played the Gnome Hollows out on the left there, so that he would be able to shuffle those 3 sites on the left, get the roots out from under the Atlantean Fate, and trigger the roots combo to reset the board.
I see. So Anthony really setting up this late game, whilst David are also planning for this late game by saying, okay, I can see the writing in the wall, but I'm going to get Anthony to Death's Door this turn. Then all this, I guess, backup sites that I've been slow rolling or drawing cards instead of being able to do anything else is just going to mean that now I'm just trying to build towards enough to make a major explosion. Meanwhile, Anthony has just drawn roughly, I think it was 1 billion cards. Was that how many cards that Anthony drew?
Yeah. I mean, incredible turn from Anthony. Unfortunately, being on Death's Door already might be a little bit too late. And there we see Davida playing out the Amethyst Core that he was holding on to for just this kind of situation. Because, of course, any point of damage that Davida can sneak in now will be the end.
Yeah. But still, this ability to maybe turn this around. Yeah, David is only on 11 life, so
certainly
with
within
the
reach.
amount of spells that
Oh,
is about. Oh,
There it is, a quick blink to get the Enchantress forward. And this is the threat of having the Enchantress just move up that one step very, very early in the game. Means that in that situation, all Davida needed was the 2 mana for the blink, and he was good. You take that step forward and just go and finish the job face to face.
Well, Anthony, I tell you what, I would definitely be walking away from that game being really proud of the way that I played if I was Anthony, because that was just an amazing show of strategy and knowledge of the game. And, coming up against Davida, who clearly had the exact plan in mind for what was going to happen and then how to try to solve that, slow rolling that blink, the core as well in order to be able to do that. Just two people really loving the game clearly and putting in the effort, and was just great to watch. Absolutely fantastic.
And this is something I find is really, really cool that I love about seeing people play this, because I see this all the time. The game is just finished and both the players are just kind of like, oh, now let me show you my deck. And just kind of like getting a bunch of their cool combo pieces and the exciting cards out and laying them out and just like chatting about, what they've built.
What could have happened. Yeah, we saw a couple of those excitement. Couple of those disenchants we saw just at the end there. So many cards in hand, so many cards in grip for Anthony, but just that one turn away because was able to get into death's door, which made all the difference.
Yeah, and it's a common thing, right? If you have the cards in hand and you can get your opponent to death's door, it's often very much in your best interest to do that as soon as you can.
Definitely.
Yeah, because it's kind of a point of no return, and usually you'll top deck something, or you hopefully find something that can then just get that last point in. But it puts your opponent in a very rough situation, as we saw at the end there, where all he needed to do was basically have enough time to walk the avatar forward, and Enchantress slapped him down with her staff and took it away.
Yeah, really cool to see. And Davida definitely maneuvering into that position, both game 1 and game 2. Just an amount of skill that was really cool to see. Really cool to see.
And interesting to see his different approaches with what cards he was drawing with the Enchantress. With first game, it was kind of, all right, I'm getting all my big damaging auras. So I'm dropping wildfires and thunderstorms over there to knock you down early. And then I'll try and finish off with something else. And then in that game, obviously getting the awesome combo piece of the Abundance and the Tor's Hammer trinket. So just every turn having that swing in for 6 on this one undefended site. Very nasty.
Yeah. It went from 12 versus 20 to, in a blink of an eye, down to 8 and then death's door.
Yep.
So some powerful effects from Enchantress deck. And we didn't see the sideboard coming in as relevantly as we might have thought, or maybe as much as Davida feared would occur.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't go for the crazy play that we were suggesting. Probably for the best.
Yeah, maybe not. 8 disenchants in there.
Yeah.
But like
that's a sideboard for a specific
meta. Yeah. But I don't know. I like the attitude when it comes to sideboards, because there's a lot of like gameplay in between, different decks. Playing Avatar of Earth myself, for instance, like most of the games that you play are pretty close in terms of your gameplay, and there's not like a lot of things that you can do. So you're playing against someone that's super aggro, then maybe you want some more divine healings in order to be able to gain some life, gain 7 life, back up, so that your fatties can come in and do some damage. But then, there's a lot of times where you don't even want to sideboard anything because your deck's pretty streamlined in order to do what you want to do. So I could see somebody going, you know what, of my 10 sideboard slots, I'm going to spend 7 of them on disenchants because I got 1 in the main already, and and I'm just gonna go, you know what, I've got Enchantress covered, and then the other 3 slots, 2 more divine healings, and maybe a holy ground or something to top it off.
Yeah,
and then you've got the aggro covered in Enchantress.
If that's your Achilles heel is one particular deck, then absolutely putting some silver bullets in that sideboard is exactly what it's there for, right?
Yeah. Although you could then run into the trouble that we were talking about earlier, where what happens if Dava just sides in a bunch of creatures?
yeah.
Yeah. But we will. I'm going to check in with Jesse now to see how far off we can take a break by going to mute whenever. So we've got that option. If we'd like to take a 10-minute break before the next match starts, I might go grab a quick snack.
Yes, let's take 10 minutes, come back with the semifinals, right?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to mute our mics and then we're going to go to the table footage so people can just check out the table footage, and we will see people back in roughly 10 minutes.
Yeah. All right.
And so, welcome to Behind the Scenes, Dava. You just pulled out a pretty amazing win.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm mentally like, my job is normally cognitively taxing, but like sorcery is much more skill intensive than applied research. So yeah, it was very intense. Control mirrors are always very intense.
Yeah, I mean, control mirror. Like, let me ask you a couple of questions, some pointed questions that I was certainly curious about throughout the game.
Sure.
So I saw you in the first game opting to draw cards after the world had been blown up.
Mm-hmm.
So opting to draw a spell,
Yeah.
even though you didn't have a sight in hand, and then tapping your avatar to draw a sight.
Yeah.
Run me through the logic in your head as you were doing that.
So the matchup, Roots is really bad.
Really bad for you, or
really bad for me. For Enchantress, it's really bad. Now there's different version of Roots. There's like a mid-range version. There's like a version with bad rocks in. But this one was not necessarily that, but I didn't know at the time. So in my head, this was like a normal Roots control. So I think the game plan, and I've been trained by Zalem. Everything I've done today is just because I've tested with Zalem. So he is like the coach for Enchantress, and credits to him.
Mm-hmm.
But the gameplay there is try to apply as much pressure as you can with probably Wildfire is what you want to do, which I managed to pull fairly early.
Yep.
While keeping a core and a tower in your hand so you can rebuild later. So sometimes, if I think I had at that point 4 mana available, so I just wanted to start replenishing my hand, try to apply pressure. He played frogs. He had an Narcotic Manuscript, so priority is avoiding him drawing 7, and then that's it. Wait for his move. If he overcommits, I will keep my spells on, and then the rest.
So you
have confused memories about the game, but it is try to deal as much damage as you can while having a solid backup plan, because at some point he's gonna root, right?
Yeah.
And I only have one answer to that, which is Atlanta Fate, which happened on game 2, on Roots and Sinkhole, which he can still rearrange with Earthquake. But if that fails, or if he disenchants for any reason, then like I need to be able to build. And I can rebuild, because again, once I have a core and a tower, I can play Wildfire or a Thunderstorm. And in the meantime, I hope I've dealt enough damage so he's on 7 or 6. And usually that is what will get me. And I'm also hyper mobile and the post roots popping, so I can blink and attack him if he's on that store.
Yeah.
That's what happened in the second game.
Okay, so you really had that end game possibility in mind, and you were playing with the assumption that the world was going to be blown up at some point, and you didn't want to be caught with your pants down or no cards in hand.
Absolutely, and the reason why I did that is the reason why I could do that is because he did not apply any pressure. So he was just like drawing and try to draw as much as he could, but just no minions pressure me. There's nothing that I have to defend myself from. So it's just like, okay, let's see if he finds an answer. And Wildfire, because all his minions are like little 1/1s, takes care of a lot of things. It's very mobile on the grid, so it's up to him to try to answer couple of spells, maybe 3, they do already the trick, and then like at a certain point, major explosion and major explosion again, and so he has to pop. Right?
Yeah, we saw the 2 major explosions.
We both draw a lot, right? He draws, but I also can draw when I hit the Grandmasters, and that's why at a certain point, abundance of course helps the gameplay. But when I have enough mana, which can be 5, I will just like draw card and draw a side, draw card, draw a side, and I will not have to develop anything on the board. And then I think at a certain point, he asked me how many cards I had. I had 4 sides and 3 cards. 2 towers and 1 core, so I was like, you can pop it whenever you want. We'll be ready.
Okay, so really having that game plan in mind really paid off.
Yeah,
it was really cool to watch both of you like be able to maneuver around this potential board state.
Yeah,
put in contingency plans, and then actually you sneaking out the win there.
No, I have to think. I don't remember his name. I don't know if I can find
Anthony.
No, yeah, well, Anthony was a great player, but also I was good against Roots because I played Roots. Like Roots was the other deck I wanted to play.
Yeah.
And I think OFNCJ is his Discord name. Like I played against him, he was playing this beautiful deck that I will not spoiler. And like I go like, wow, I really want. And this was 2 days before the tournament. It's just like the skill level to maneuver that is even higher than Enchantress, and say like, yeah, no,
Insane.
Let's stick to Enchantress and see how we go.
Okay.
Zalem really gave me amazing advices about every matchup. He's really great job for the community and paid off until now, but like too soon to say victory.
Yeah, well, you've still got at least 2 matches.
At least. But it's good. Now it's on 9-1. Has been a good record. So
9-1.
We're happy. Yeah.
It was the one loss in draft, or was it in?
No, it was in constructed against Nuvmakia, Kevin Chen.
Okay. Yeah.
And he, unfortunately, he is more skilled than me, so I hope I just don't verse him.
Okay, so try to dodge that one.
He has an amazing deck, Avatar of Air, so one of the worst matchups you can fight against. Super aggressive and Rolling Boulder. He killed me in constructed by Rolling Boulder with a frog that I created with Polymer, so that felt super bad, right? So Rolling Boulder again with a frog, that shouldn't happen. Frogs should not be able to push objects.
I mean, they shouldn't also be able to read forbidden text, but
maybe
they can do that too.
They can.
There's some smart frogs.
Yeah. Without a Lovecraft deep, I know the Italian name. You know, there is like a frog in the kilometers that I forget.
Okay.
Name in anyway, but like it was an amazing game. It was very tight. I think it was not like there was no point in which you say I'm dominating until the very end. Like he draws a lot of cards. He can control the board whenever he wants. I think the only thing that made it easier is that he doesn't play Scorched Earth. So you see a root popping coming. You can't just like out of the blue play roots and then explode it on the same turn. So he has to play first roots or Single and the other way around. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got a semifinal, and then if you win that one, then a final. What are you fearing in terms of sideboards? We were kind of wondering the potential as an Avatar of Earth. One of the things we said is you can actually play 8 dispels.
You can, and they're really good. So I absolutely fear somebody that plays up to 11 or 12 because you also have common sense. So, but the other thing is that if everything you put in your deck is dispels, then you're not going to play threats of any kind. So, I can still win with just burn spells. So that I wouldn't advise deciding 8 dispels and disenchants again. But of course, like 2 more on top of the 1 that you play main deck already in Avatar of Earth, and 2 to 3 common sense make my life very hard because I can't play 2 auras close to each other. The other bombs in the deck are Chains and Angel Zag, which are also susceptible to Dispel and Disenchant. And of course, I want to keep my cores because they're very important for acceleration. So, post side, it's a great deck, best of 1, but unfortunately, post side, it's already, I think, 50-50 when we played our match. It was very, very close. But you only played 1 disenchant. If you play probably 2 and you can tutor them, then it becomes way harder for me.
Yep. Okay. Well, if you have any advice, if anybody's watching the stream or watching this video later and they're thinking about picking up Avatar of Enchantress. Avatar of Enchantress.
Send a DM to Zayden, who now should establish like paid courses for Enchantress. And he will walk you through. But no, it's amazing. Now, one thing that is different from the online league is that we are not allowed to play Chaos Twister. So the Chains of Prometheus were there. I was asking Zalem, like, we can't play Chaos Twister. Like, what else? What would be good? And like, Chains came up. And today we were talking with Eric, and we were saying like, oh, I designed Chains. I really loved it. It reminds me of a Tangle Wire in Magic. Substantially less popular and less entertaining game. Sorcery is better, but Chains was amazing, and play the Zalem list. He updates it regularly. The updates he implements are really, they make sense. Like when he removes a Riptide for a fire. I won a game with Fireball today, and it's insane how the difference between 6 teleport spells plus that extra removal that can reach. The difference is great because we have 2 lightning bolts, and now with 3, the difference between 2 and 3 out of play cards is quite substantial. So that made a difference today in a couple of games. And if that were a Riptide, the game would have gone very differently. So
so biggest piece of advice is get in contact with Zalem.
Yeah, and probably play the league. The league has been amazing for me. I played Enchantress and I tested there against amazing people. Some of them are here. I played already Kevin, Avatar of Earth versus Enchantress. So when I met him yesterday, I already knew I was going to lose, especially after losing the dice, but it gives you a very solid understanding of the matchups. And in the league, the meta is very broad, right? So it really allows you to experience all kind of decks. So
and this league that you mentioned, it's on the Discord.
It's on Discord, played via Tabletop Simulator, and it's organized by Ira. And yeah, it's a great training ground. So I highly recommend it for the community to grow, for everybody who wants to go beyond the local scene. That's very important. But if somebody doesn't play certain decks in your local scene and you want to experience more broadly, jump on Discord and roll in the next league and get some experience.
Awesome. All right. So some great advice in terms of picking up the Enchantress, but also, I guess, any deck, jumping on the Discord and playing some sorcery there. Sounds like you've really utilized it.
Absolutely. I think despite going very poorly, doing 4-4, then I played, I think, another 32 games, which are allowed for incremental points, and that allowed me to test every deck I wanted. Originally, I was very settled on Fury Road, and then I got it's not a good matchup with against Enchantress, so switched to Enchantress. Had a little bit of a crisis 2 days before after losing to Roots, and then Sal just told me play Enchantress.
Okay,
you're right. So, yeah.
All right. Well, best of luck in your continued success with the finals.
We'll see how it goes.
We know that there is one match that is finished. 2 matches still going. So even though yours was an intense long game, the other ones have gone to 3 games.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the
Control
update
players
is.
can be fast.
Yeah. I mean, the 2 of you were playing incredibly fast.
Yes.
So very cool to watch. Congratulations again, and thanks for coming in.
Knock on
wood. Well, hope we get you in later.
I hope so.
All right. Good luck.
Cheers, man.
We'll see you soon. All right. We will find out exactly what's happening in terms of the rest of the top 8, and we will be back as soon as we actually have people sitting down at the table ready to play. See you soon.
Bye. I think I said Zillion way too many times.
No, that's all good. Zalem's awesome. All right. I believe that we're cooking with gas. I don't know. Can you test your audio is working?
Yep.
Excellent. All right.
Go back online.
So we are back online. So we've got shuffling up. I don't actually have the details of the two people, but I believe that one of them is wearing a Plenty of Games jumper. So that's probably going to be Scott Munro.
All right, Scott.
Yep. So Scott is on Avatar of Earth, and
Yeah.
then opponent. I will message Jesse. Scott's opponent and deck. So we'll find out what's going on there. Long break. So in between first and second one, we'll be back in 10 minutes. So I assumed, and I think reasonably so after that epic quarterfinal that we had on coverage, I assumed that everybody else in the top 8 would be ready to go. Not true. Not true.
And a lot of people taking their time, making careful decisions.
So one of the matches that was still going, I had a look over there before, and I don't think I'd seen this in a constructed game, but every single site was occupied. Every single potential, and it turned out that had Roots of Yidris blown up as well. So it wasn't it wasn't just
everything.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
it was
see that often.
Yeah, so that was the match that we were waiting on in order to bring you this this semi-final, which is exciting stuff. What did you do in the break, Sean, whilst you were waiting for us to come back?
Well, it's about 6 p.m. here in New Zealand, so it's good. I actually snuck off and had some dinner. So that was good. Keep me going through the next couple, especially if they're going to be epic matches like that last one.
Yeah. Had a quick chat to Dava on camera.
I caught a bit of it.
Haven't done. Yep, cool. It was very very interesting just to see like how much effort he'd put into testing and preparing for this event. Playing the league on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah,
very impressive stuff.
And like obviously, as he was talking about, Enchantress, very complicated avatar to run or play against, and so being able to leverage other people in the community, so playing against people in the league, or getting tips from Zalem, who built the Enchantress deck and won March of the Mortals, I think it was, very recently with that deck. Being able to leverage those people in the community and just how willing people are to share advice and insight into deck building and strategy and all this stuff. It's awesome.
All right, so we got confirmation of the opponent, who is Jared. Jared is on Geomancer, which I'm going to be asking a lot of questions, Sean, because I don't know what's going on with Geomancer. So
well,
are you still there, Sean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know what happened there. It looked like maybe I went silent as soon as I removed the focus here. Let's go to this one like this.
All right. I can still hear you here, so that's good.
Excellent. All right. So explain to me how Geomancer works.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting matchup. It might be. I think the Geomancer is in for a bit of an uphill battle here, because the Geomancer ability is that their first ability, the tap to play or draw a site, has this caveat on it that if the site that you play is an Earth site, then you can place rubble in a void that is adjacent to your Geomancer. So this, and then their secondary is that you can tap to replace an adjacent rubble with the top site from your Atlas. So they're able to quickly get out a lot of sites. The problem being that Geomancer wants to obviously play a lot of Earth sites in order to trigger that first part of their ability. And Avatar of Earth only gets stronger the more Earth sites there are. And so the fact that Jared's going to very likely have to be, well, will be playing a bunch of Earth sites in his own territory means that Scott is going to be able to push the Avatar of Earth forward quite aggressively and get into Jared's home turf, and Avatar of Earth will still have a very, very high power.
I see. So we've seen turn one dual land, followed by a core from Scott.
Yep.
And then we've got an Earth site then that has then created a rubble. So certainly getting
Bedrock
that card advantage. Yeah, Bedrock. Now, is Bedrock an Earth site? It has to be.
Yes. Yeah, Bedrock is an Earth site. It's commonly used. We might be waiting on another Roots combo here, because Bedrock, of course, its ability is it cannot be modified or destroyed. Basically, Bedrock is permanent. So it's quite often played in decks that are running the Roots combo, because the Bedrock will stick around after Roots destroys everything else. But yeah, so they're going quickly through their first couple of turns here, establishing their domain, getting a few foot soldiers out, those villagers conscripting some regular folk into their armies.
Yeah. Now it looks like Scott is attacking the site here, and Jared electing to take 1 damage rather than trade the foot soldier. Scott did have the option of attacking the soldier there to get that out of the way for the Phalanx, which is a little bit glary, but Phalanx is a 4-cost, 5-power creature that can only move forwards. So a little bit of restricted movement, but considering that this is coming out on turn 3, with the help of either the core or the tower.
Yeah, well, it's the combo of both, right? It's one of the reasons why Earth Air is very strong, because Air obviously has that easy access to that ramp in the towers, and then Earth has a bunch of these minions that are kind of undercosted for the high power. And here we see probably why Jared didn't want to sacrifice that foot soldier, because he wants someone to be able to block for his Autumn Unicorn here. And we do see a sinkhole has just shown up. So quite likely that, it looks like Jared is probably also running the Roots of Yggdrasil combo. We'll see whether he finds the other piece of that puzzle later on.
So you see a little bit of a complicated play here. And also the reason why maybe Scott should have attacked the soldier into the soldier the previous turn, because the Autumn Unicorn blocked the soldier attacking the soldier, which got to eat that. And then the Phalanx, actually the Phalanx is attacked Jared straight to the face. Yeah. So Scott electing to play aggressively here in order to...
And a second Phalanx now showing up on the kind of second line of attack there. It's a very strong kind of military front being presented by Scott. A lot of shields.
It's interesting kind of take on this situation. All right. We've got...
That's very nice for Jared. A little bit of healing from the holy ground.
Yeah.
The real concern is going to be when trading the soldier and the unicorn to get rid of that Phalanx. It's going to get very interesting very quickly. Nice. Cave-in gets rid of the other Phalanx. That's 2 big pieces gone. But as soon as Scott gets out a decent little mana base, that Avatar of Earth is going to push forward and have a lot of sites powering it up as it moves into enemy territory.
Yeah. So something like a grapple shot, moving the avatar. We've got another core here coming down.
Another tower.
Another tower. So what is Scott going to be able to do with this mountain of mana?
He's still sitting on quite a lot.
Looks like just past the turn, it looks like.
Wow. Okay. Must be building up for something big. Or perhaps waiting to give Jared a chance to play something out. Doesn't want to overcommit, maybe.
Yeah. Or there's a decent chance that Scott just has nothing in hand. Right? It could just be that Scott's hand. He might be looking at a disenchant.
That is always a possibility. Okay,
maybe a lightning bolt.
Oh, and he's going for it straight away.
So blowing up both of those cores, and you can see maybe here is the difference in Davida's level of knowledge about that potential for that to happen versus Scott by playing out that second core. Maybe Scott actually had enough mana at that point, and so didn't need to play out that second core, but did so because why not? So Scott and I, for reference, Scott and I are actually playing the exact same list. So he and I tested for this event, and both of us still trying to work out exactly how to play the game.
and look at that, blew up the roots and then immediately spent what mana he had generated from that turn on 2 land surveyors to build up his hand of sights. And then, of course, on top of that, you've got Geomancer's ability to just replace rubble. And so Jared is going to be able to rebuild from that roots play very quickly.
Very quickly. Really impressive. I will say one thing that I know about Scott is that he's very good at adapting to things once he's seen them. So we'll see how this game goes. But I'm very interested to see how Scott adapts for the second game, having played into this now, possibly for the first time.
Yeah. And also interesting problem for him to solve here with obviously wanting to rebuild his mana base, but Avatar of Earth really wanting to be tapping to move forward and start attacking, really.
Yeah. What an interesting game where we started off like with some very aggressive plays, followed by a very early blowing up of Idris. Roots of Idris. So very different to how we saw the game play out between Davida and Anthony.
I do love the way these games look, especially like Earth versus Earth has this a very interesting kind of medieval military feel to it, right? Everybody's playing out these groups of soldiers and kind of king's men, like the land surveyor rocking around on his horse.
It is very cool. I'm interested to see how Jared actually plays the late game here as well, because he's got these little creatures here, but also got a bunch of like controlling cards and in Berry, and we're seeing the little 1/1s just move forward. And Scott
slowly pushing
up here.
Scott opting to play back row, kind of keeping his domain a little bit distant from Jared, maybe just delaying the damage that he would be taking from those foot soldiers and land surveyors by a turn. You have a Rift Valley coming in there, not making use of its ability.
I think it might have been a little bit of a liability at this point, putting Jared's sight closer to his avatar. So I can understand the apprehension of splitting apart those sites.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how almost slow-paced the game has gone after that reset, right? Because there was a bunch of action and activity at the start as they're trying to quickly get out those big minions Autumn Unicorn, Phalanxes, and then with the reset, now it's kind of, okay, I got to rebuild. I need to draw cards back into my hand because I've spent a bunch of spells. It kind of slows the pace right back down.
Yeah,
Gets you into an
very
interesting
much.
spot where those 1 power minions can actually start putting some work in. Like 4 damage that turn just from those guys.
Just a couple of 1/1s.
Yeah. Just a guy with a map on a horse. Oh, but a nice play here with the Pillars of Zyros.
So we're going back up. Let's see if we
Finishing those minions.
back up to 19.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a breather there. But how is he going to deal with all these 1/1s? That's the problem, because even if you do have like a big creature out, there's just so many of those 1/1s.
Yeah, I do wonder what the makeup of Scott's deck is. You say that you've played a similar deck or the same deck list?
The same deck list, yeah. There was like 1 card difference between us, and I know the deck list. Like, I guess an Earthquake here could reset all of those cards.
I'm wondering what's kind of the ratio of spells to minions, because he might just be running low on minions, especially if he's thrown out those 2 Phalanxes early.
Well, he's got another Phalanx. He's got 3 Pudge Butchers. He's got some Atlas Wanderers, so as well as a couple of Boss Trolls, some Unicorns. So Scott's got a lot of minions available to him left in his deck. But the problem is that they're all kind of big creatures. He also has some Grapple Shots, some Lightning Bolts. All of them kind of go 1 for 1. So is that the 5-cost double the spells that you play? Is that?
Yeah, the Orb of Baldereth. That could get very interesting. So it doubles any spell. Well, the first spell each turn that is cast nearby the orb itself will cast a copy of it. So there could be a bunch of interesting plays here with like double Border Militia, double Berries, yeah, all kinds of stuff that Jared could pull out with that.
I drafted it. I drafted the orb in a draft once and got to double all my spells, which was really cool.
Oof. Yeah, that's very nice in a draft. We're playing with kind of limited resources and can't really do the big card draw engines that you would do in a constructed deck, but orb gets you a lot of value.
Yep.
All right, but all those little 1-power minions are definitely keeping Scott in check, just kind of whittling away at the health there.
Yeah. I'm thinking to myself, if I'm Scott, I either have to find a berry, not a berry, an Earthquake, or I need to get some like
like
a string of Grapple Shots off. There's also 2 Whirling Blades in the deck, so you could certainly like move to one side, then like Whirling Blades, bang bang, kill all of the 1/1s.
Oh, it is, double Border Militia.
So we're going to see more of those.
Overrun with tokens.
Yep, had to borrow some more tokens.
Yeah.
Well, actually, okay, so only 4 because one of those was a rubble.
Yeah, thanks to the destruction earlier from the roots. Only 2 villages on the front line.
Yeah, so definitely 4 is a lot less than 6, but that brings a total of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 creatures in play. 9 minions, all with 1 power.
Yep. Oh, there's the Whirling Blades. It's going to clear a bit of the board, but that's only 3 1-power minions, which is, getting a bunch of foot soldiers for your Whirling Blades is probably not ideal, but, Scott's needing to clear the board a little bit here. tapping to draw a
Tap to
site
draw a
as well.
site.
Yeah, perhaps hoping to stabilize a little bit as the race, even with Avatar of Earth getting beefed up by all of Jared's sites, Avatar of Earth trying to race against all of these little 1-power minions, probably still, yeah, it might be a bit of a dicey proposition.
Mm.
If you get one more clear, another Whirling Blades to get rid of those other 4 tokens. Doesn't look like he's playing fire, so nothing like a blaze coming out. Oh, and we have a King of the Realm. Incredible.
What does King of the Realm do?
So all of these foot soldiers, looks like he's left one behind, perhaps to defend the homeland. But the King of the Realm shows up. He allows you to take control of all mortals. That
looks like Scott's had enough. Scott's had enough.
So Scott's scoop there is the as the King of the Realm showed up, inspired all of his men to gather their strength, giving everybody +1 power. And
so all of those minions became 2-powered. So there's like 7 or so minions came out, did the 14 required to get Scott to death's door, and then there's roughly 1 billion creatures in order to finish it off. So all right, going to the next game.
Well, that was a pleasant surprise, having expected the Avatar of Earth to be able to take advantage of the Geomancer's earthy proclivities, and just to have it turned on him. That was pretty exciting.
So Scott's just reaching into his sideboard at the moment.
Also awesome to see some of those high cost cards, Orb of Balberith, King of the Realm, that don't see a lot of play because people tend to make their decks a lot cheaper overall,
Yep. But with Jared's plan of blowing up the world, resetting things, and then having this advantage in terms of actual resources, really cool to see that way of addressing this.
Okay, and it looks like Scott swapped out a couple of Bosk trolls, which both look like foils there. Very nice. One of those bits of artwork with the kind of hidden detail behind the rules box. But it looked like he swapped in a couple of Dapperel vampires. Yep. Be very strong here.
Yeah, the vampire's interesting card. So I believe it's a 5-mana 4/4 airborne.
Yeah.
And it strikes, gain you life. So just got to be killing some minions and stuff, and your life total goes up very, very quickly. Especially throwing a Whirling Blade.
Yeah, if he's looking at Jared playing a kind of go wide strategy with lots of foot soldiers, then it's a really good counter to that, because obviously every time he defends or any time he takes out one foot soldier, obviously the vampire is going to survive, and he's going to heal what could be 4 rounds worth of that foot soldier attacking him.
That's so many damages to heal.
Or another good use case, obviously, if he had been able to play that vampire the turn before he did the Whirling Blades and do the Whirling Blades using the vampire instead, that would have instantly put him back to 20 health, as well as taking out 3 of his opponent's minions. And then still really good combo there. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So the King of the Realm, when it comes into play, you gain control of all minions. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's a passive ability on the king itself, so it's not just when he shows up. But yeah, while he is in the realm, you control all mortals, which becomes very interesting if your opponent is playing something like a Phalanx, because that Phalanx suddenly turns around and starts heading back the other way, and with a +1 power to boot.
Yeah. So if we get into that stage of the game, then not good times for Scott. I think that Scott's #1 game plan, having played the deck myself, is really to get a Pudge out pretty early, knock that Avatar over, and then just really go to town. Now, one thing that was missing, I guess, is a grapple shot there. So if oh, okay, Scott's scratching his head. I don't know what's going on there, and he's handed his deck over to Jesse.
Like you say, an early grapple shot to get Avatar of Earth over at the Geomancer, because it could have easily dropped the turn or 2 turns before Roots hit, and then you can kind of just maybe sit there with the Avatar of Earth and lay a couple of attacks in, right? And at that point, your opponent's maybe down to 10 life trying to rebuild, which is a risky proposition.
So see that grapple shot
would have made all the difference.
Yeah, well, I think I saw a sneaky grapple shot in Scott's hand there.
Oh yes, it does look like it. So we might see that that alternate play. Oh, and a very nice turn 2 drop in the Frontier Settlers there. Going to help with the ramp immensely.
Oh, Jared's just reading the Frontier Settlers, checking out what its plan is.
Mm-hmm. Maybe one of the small downsides to Geomancer is you do end up bridging the gap between you and your opponent very quickly. And so if your opponent's playing something like, oh, hey, there's Roots again.
All right.
For a unique side, it shows up a lot.
Is Roots an Earth card? Like if we see a grapple shot here?
No. Roots is a neutral site. Provides no threshold. Which is actually... Okay. Jared would be pretty happy with drawing that off the top. Because obviously he wants to be playing Earth sites using his other ability and then revealing his neutral sites with the ability that replaces rubble to get the most value out of that Geomancer ability.
Yep, understandable. So we'll see a move up from the soldier here. 1 damage.
Early damage going in the other way this time.
Yeah.
He opts to defend.
With the option,
There's a couple of blockers there.
Yeah, option to defend there. Just keeping that life total high.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Avatar of Earth.
See a moving
up
forward. A little known ability.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually a surprisingly common question with people just starting out in their first couple of games. Getting quite surprised that, oh yeah, avatars, they're units, so they can move and attack and do all of that stuff too. It feels very obvious with some avatars, like obviously Battle Mage, Avatar of Earth. But I guess if when you first come in and you're maybe playing precons, it's maybe a little less obvious.
Yep.
But yeah, moving up already, putting the pressure on. It's going to make Jared think twice about where he places his Earth sites.
I mean, you got to think about it from a common sense perspective. Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not actually sorry.
No.
So we see common sense being played.
You got to own your jokes.
So searching his library for any common card. So a variety of different options available to him. Border Musher. Berry. Neither one is particularly relevant here. So I am very curious to see where Jared ends up considering the common ones that I see people get.
Interesting.
What have we got here?
It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a Scourge Zombies. So 4 cost, only 2 power. Yes, it is. But whenever a mortal dies on land, you can bring it back from your cemetery to that location. And playing in this Earth mirror match means that it pretty much always going to be dying on land. So that what seems like a bad value for 4 mana for 2 power could actually become quite good, because that Scourge Zombie could return several times over the course of this match.
Yeah. And just be a thorn in the side, a little blocker that keeps blocking.
Yeah.
All right. So interesting to see what Scott's game plan is. Moving these 1/1s to the side.
Yeah, it looks like he's the soldiers that showed up in that village have also conscripted the frontier settlers because they've left their home that they just made and look like they're now heading towards the front lines.
All right, we see just an attack for 4 here.
Yep.
So the game plan of
yeah, there's a few blockers that Jared could be sending in.
Jared is taking the chance to not block, keeping the 1/1s in order to, I guess, save 0 life, take 4 damage, but could have saved 4 life by throwing away one of those 1/1s. Maybe
yes, I'm wondering what his plan is. Maybe actually, getting out the Scourge Zombie first. Here it is. Because he wants those tokens to hang around in order to, get more instances of the Scourge Zombie back. So he defends with the Scourge Zombie. Next turn, defends with a Foot Soldier, brings the Scourge Zombie back, and he can just keep this cycle of defenders going with what he's got on the board now. He can get 5 turns worth of defense out of this. If the Avatar of Earth doesn't go walking somewhere out of his range. But yeah, it seems like he's certainly looking to get some of that extra value out of the zombies.
So you got
tapping to draw a site.
After drawing a site for turn, it looked like. So,
Avatar of Earth sitting at 5 power, surrounded by all those Earth sites. I guess inviting Jared to attack him with the little guys and get some points of damage in, but cut down the number of turns he would be able to defend.
Yep. What an interesting game. Scott has 3 sites in play at the moment to Jared's, what is that?
He's got 4
sites?
But on the next 2 turns, he can just replace those 2 rubble that are on the back row straight from the top of his atlas.
Yeah.
So he's quickly going to reach 6. Yeah, it looks like he's going for it. Oh, and lucky draw heals himself for 3.
That's where you want to put that holy ground next to your Avatar
absolutely.
To gain 3 life as a Genesis ability.
And putting himself in a pretty good position. He's almost squared up, almost back up to his starting health with that. And almost at double the mana of his opponent.
Almost at double the mana, and it appears to have double the amount of minions. So definitely in a good spot.
Yeah, especially with those recurring zombies. They're going to be very useful here. The question is, does he start playing aggressively with the zombies or wait and defend with them? Maybe block one of the incoming 1-power minions. Yeah. They've both been pretty reserved on the number of spells they've been playing, though. So maybe there's something waiting in the wings, something explosive waiting to show up.
Could be. With towers in his deck,
a little bit stalemate
at
the moment. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So with towers in his deck, Scott does have the ability to jump up to 5 and potentially have like a really big Whirling Blades turn.
Yep.
So they see
a windmill.
A windmill there.
He's got a fair few sites in hand. Maybe he's digging for something specific. And there's the grapple shot.
Is it a grapple shot? Yep.
This is interesting. What's happening here?
Is that a grapple shot or a Whirling Blades?
Oh, it is the Whirling Blades, yes.
Yeah. So we see a whole bunch of damage being dealt, and then we're just working out exactly what the ruling is here, because it looks like the skeletons. Is it skeletons dead? What's the
zombies?
Zombies. Thank you. Looks like the
Yeah.
zombies is dying at the same time as the minion. So just working out whether that zombie comes back or not. And it looks like
so they've played it correctly there, because the strikes from Whirling Blades all happen at the same time, and so the zombie and the foot soldier, essentially they're both sent to the cemetery simultaneously. But of course, maybe we're doing a little bit of a rewind here. Scourge Zombie's been replaced. Some things have come back.
Maybe we're rewinding, because I think that it might be because Scott played a Whirling Blades with 4 sites, 4 mana available.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. Only the 4 mana, not able to do it. Okay, is this I don't know if you recognize those shoes. Is that Jesse stepping in to provide the judge's call? And
then we've just seen a Rift Valley? Is that right?
Yeah, Rift Valley's just pushed what I believe was a copied village with the Mirror Realm. It's just been pushed forward. We're seeing a couple of foot soldiers now trading.
Okay. So now
it looks like
Jared is aware of that Whirling Blades. So a little bit of an error here, which we fixed by rewinding to the point where it was relevant.
But an unfortunate misplay, as you say. Now Jared's got that extra knowledge.
It's super relevant.
Don't know what he does at this point to avoid that, though. There's only so much he can spread out his troops to avoid that Whirling Blades.
But he can.
It's always going to be nasty.
Definitely can elect not to put more troops in the way.
That's true. He could kind of hold back a little bit and try and bait it out, perhaps.
And with that Rift Valley splitting apart those 2 sites, Jared has the option of playing one of his minions in a position where Whirling Blades could still get there, but wouldn't be able to do the damage to the avatar at the same time.
Yeah, not a bad option. So. Basically saying, you can take out my big unit. Let's say he chucked down throw down a unicorn or a phalanx of his own, and then invite the Avatar of Earth to move away from the Geomancer if he wants to take care of that threat, or leave the threat alone and go face. Jesse just confirming there in chat. Didn't have sufficient mana for the Whirling Blades, so wound back to before the site was placed. What is that there? That looks like it might be Gorgons. If so, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think it is. A bit of glare on it, but I think that's the Stone Gaze Gorgons. So they will cause other minions at rest at adjacent locations to become disabled, which is going to lock down a number of Scott's locations where he could be deploying minions. All right, now the Whirling Blades comes out.
Yep.
Deal some face damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 5. And now we see that
4 Earth sites plus 1 damage from the Avatar herself. So 5 damage, putting Jared down to 14.
Scott's Avatar of Earth finally being able to take advantage of all of that Earth being played. They just soak in all that power, get big and strong, and then smack the Geomancer in the face with the Whirling Blades.
So maybe early on when we saw that card in hand, which we thought was a grapple shot, maybe it was a Whirling Blades to start with in Scott's opening hand.
Right. Yeah. Risky thing here. Geomancer obviously wanting to get some more mana out because he's running things that sit at that 7 cost, like the King of the Realm.
Yep.
But every one of those Earth sites that drops down around him, it's powering up the avatar of Earth.
Make my monster grow.
Yeah. Very strong. I'm deciding to send the Gorgons in.
So Gorgons, is that a Genesis ability or a static ability that disables nearby minions?
Yeah, it's a static ability. So as long as they are there, they're going to be very hard to remove.
Yep.
And it looks like he's sending them in.
An attack.
And that is a really good spot to have them because it's locking down both Scott's 2 forward sites and Jared's forward site. Actually, no, that's the Mirror Realm is also his, yeah? Yeah. It's also covering the Mirror Realm. And just for the extra safety, we put a Root Spider underneath. Get those.
Ooh, and a gain 7 life.
Wow.
Back up to 20. I think Scott's just asking exactly how this interaction works here. Now, the Gorgons, right? It disables nearby minions. Is it only nearby opposing minions, or is it all nearby minions?
So it's any minion that is at rest at adjacent locations. And of course, location is the combination of both what site you're on, or which square you're on, and which region you're in. So the adjacent locations for the Gorgon will only be on the surface because the Gorgons are on the surface, which means the Root Spider currently is safe.
All right, Root Spider safe. We see Philosopher's Stone come down for Scott to make things a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, it's deep in enemy territory with a very beefy Avatar of Earth. But Jared has just kind of controlled the board a little bit. Interesting. So we have that Pudge finally showing up. Fan favorite Pudge Butcher.
All right, so we see a defense of the dome for 1 damage to Scott's face. Instead of
Pudge is currently disabled by those Gorgons.
Yeah,
and he's getting some of that value out of the Scourge Zombies there.
Wasn't really another spot to put that Pudge.
No, unfortunately. Maybe he's got a plan to get rid of those Gorgons. A Whirling Blades would be great about now.
Yep. I mean, often that's the case. Or an Earthquake. Earthquake might be an interesting play here, although it would kill Scott's creatures as well.
Yes. Jared's see the counter cave in immediately.
Respect the Pudge by burying it on site. A very reasonable take.
Yep, a fan favorite as a minion, but also a fan favorite minion to remove immediately.
All right, so we see the minion move forward to attack for 3 damage there, and that means that the Land Surveyor is no longer disabled, so they can then attack and then kill Scott's Land Surveyor.
Yeah. So this is the one interesting or the interesting wrinkle with the Stone Gaze Gorgons is they only disable minions that are at rest. Because usually with something like a Root Spider, if that Land Surveyor came in to attack the other minion, it would become disabled as soon as it got to the location, wouldn't be able to carry out the attack. But in the case of the Gorgons, as long as the minion is still in motion, as long as it's still doing something, it won't become disabled until it's finished. And so in this instance, it was able to get in there, kill Scott's minion, and resolve that attack completely before it found itself turned to stone. And then we have the Dapperal Vampire.
With the Life Blinker themselves.
Yeah, Scott is going to be very happy about finding that. at this point.
And we could see an attack with the Avatar here, but that's going to cop 2 damage to Scott, and really just put that zombies into the graveyard, which can come back pretty easily in this matchup.
Yeah, he's only got the one. Looks like he's still only got the one mortal left in the realm, his Land Surveyor. But of course, the zombies could very easily come back in the future.
Yeah. I think that Jared would be very happy to trade a current zombie for 8 life or 6 life or whatever the Avatar of Earth is actually attacking for.
Yeah, especially with the vampire on the board now. And Pudge having just eaten that cave-in, that might have been the removal that Jared was holding in his hand for a big target, which means that maybe it's a little bit safer for the vampire to now start going around and sucking the Geomancer's blood and making up for that damage that the Avatar of Earth will be taking.
All right, so we're seeing a potential site being played here. It's a very cool setup here, right? Because there's this option for the world to blow up as well. So if Scott gets too far in front, then that could happen. But currently, he's quite far behind. The vampires represents the potential to heal a bunch of life. But also, well, we see a divine healing here. So both players going back to 20. So who can play this late game better than the other?
And it's interesting you point out the roots there, because currently they're landlocked, right? And without fire in his deck to play something like to play Scorched Earth, basically, Jared might not have any other options to actually trigger roots.
Okay, so without access to the sinkhole, it might just be that there's like no roots are going on this game.
Yeah, it's the only site that could shuffle stuff around. There is a small possibility of he plays a sinkhole off to the side and then plays an Atlas Wanderers to swap the location of 2 sites in order to get them into position. But that's a long shot at this point, I think.
Could be an earthquake as well. Just
earthquake for a reposition. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So we see like Scott trying to put a unicorn into play there, and Jared understandably pointing at the 5-mana 4/4 flyer that's already been played.
I guess now we see whether he's got another answer to that vampire, or whether he spent it on Pudge.
Well, it's an interesting spot because Scott just gained the 7 life. That vampire doesn't represent as much of a difference in life.
It does mean he can kind of ignore the unicorn a bit and just let it fight, knowing that the vampire is going to get him that 4 back while dealing 4 and kind of keeping him ahead. So there's maybe a play there. But then do you move the unicorn over to try and defend yourself? Might be too slow.
So we could see an attack for 7 damage here on board pretty easily if Jared wants to.
Yep, 3 there. That brings the Land Surveyor back into action. Yeah, we see that 4 hit from the Autumn Unicorn charging into the newly formed Rift Valley.
Yep. And then the Root Spider can move away if Jared would like it to, which would turn on the Land Surveyor to then be able to attack again.
Yeah. Root Spider just moves. Okay, moving across, maybe playing a little defensively, wanting to be able to lock down something in that area.
And then
looks like he's going for the additional point damage.
So we can have that vampire attack the zombie at this point in time.
Yeah. The quick yo-yoing of life there too, from 13 back up to 20, then immediately back down to 12.
Yeah, I can understand why Scott wanted to play that divine healing, so they didn't get caught on 2-0 life and maybe get to death's door before he can actually gain some life with that vampire.
Right. Jared dropping down another site. Don't believe he spent any mana yet this turn. Looks like they're just counting up
exactly how much mana Jared has available.
He's sitting on 8. Wonder if he's got something to play with that Midland Army, maybe. It would definitely fit the theme of everything else he's been running so far.
So the true power
there
behind
it is.
The Earthquake?
No, the Midland Army. He just got to 8 mana, throwing that down 8 power minion.
Explain to myself and the viewers what this army does.
Well, yes, it's very high cost. It's one of a very few cards in the game that requires 4 threshold. So 8 mana cost, 4 earth threshold, but it is an 8 power minion. And starting from next turn, after the summoning sickness wears off, Jared will be able to tap that to target a location up to 3 steps away and deal 4 damage to every unit there. So this is an amazing card at dealing death blows. Obviously, it's impossible to throw blockers in the way of that that like siege weapon hit, as all of those siege towers start flinging rocks your way. And also just having that 8 power on the board is a huge threat. It's definitely going to outpace the healing from that vampire.
Yep. Speaking of which, we see that vampire just get blinked, trying to run away.
Yeah, maybe wanting to get it into position to defend against the Midland Army. Although it looks like he's reconsidering. No, sending it in to get rid of the Gorgons. Wanting to keep some stuff on the board and obviously getting that healing.
Yeah. So what is he going to do with this army? Because if he can't kill it, then he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Getting a little bit of a peek at his hand now. Doesn't look like he's got any removal there. Looks like a Blaze, Pillar of Zyros, another vampire. 2 vampires on the board would keep him at least even with the damage output of the Midland Army. It's risky though, because the army with its siege weapons can just tap to fire and take out a vampire.
All right, we'll see the zombies get sacrificed to the dome hill as Scott moves the Avatar of Earth over to try to do a bunch of damage, but Jared's having none of it. And he gets to untap with this army, which just seems like big game. Big game.
It's a big card, yeah. You don't see it often hit the table because, as we were talking about in the last match, a lot of people are playing very low to the ground decks, like sorcerer, aggro stuff, where most of your cards are kind of 2, 3, maybe 4 mana. And so getting into a game and being able to play out these big 8 mana bombs is pretty cool.
For
He's
sure.
tossing up whether to go for the attack. But yeah, I really like this quite thematic deck that Jared's running. The King of the Realm and the Midland Army, bunch of foot soldiers. It's a very Earth Kingdom against the monsters kind of vibe.
For sure. For sure. And it just seems actually really powerful, to be honest with you. The way that he's maneuvering his lands, as well as the Roots of Yidris combo, being able to like reset things and then have these additional resources available to him. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. Maybe part of the plan is you use the Roots combo to reset the board. You use Geomancer's ability to very quickly repopulate your side and rush to 8 while your opponent's, having to maybe tap to draw sites or play them out a bit more slowly than the Geomancer does. Yeah, we
so
see another
a
cave
berry.
in. Root Spider's going to move up to disable the vampire, throwing a bunch of webs into the air, and oof, we've got some big hits coming in here. What's that? 8, 12, 13 damage.
Putting Scott to 1. Do we see any other way to get that extra 1 damage in?
He could, if he hasn't actually played a sight this turn, he could swing at him. He'd take a bit of a hit from the Avatar of Earth, but yeah, that final point of damage, actually Geomancer swinging in himself.
Yep, okay. So Scott down to Death's Door. Did the damage get taken by Jared from the Avatar?
Doesn't look like it, but I think
we saw a concession. Yeah, we saw a concession pretty straight off the bat there. So commiserations to Scott. Well fought getting into the semifinals there. Pretty amazing stuff, and I'm really impressed with how he did. We tested together, and it's really cool to see him busting it out. And then Jared. I've known Jared for a long time, in fact, and seeing this brew come into place, where I don't think many people have seen like this kind of variation. I was speaking to him earlier, and Jared said that this is something that he's been working on himself, kind of independently, his little brainchild. And so seeing some of those combos play off, I don't think I've seen a King of the Realm come into play before. So that was really cool.
Not since I was playing precons, right? Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And here I was, here I was thinking the Avatar of Earth was going to take advantage of all those extra Earth sites and just be kind of crushing it. And game was turned completely on its head, able to stall out that damage, get some healing back, overwhelm with a bunch of smaller minions, while he was building up to get those big bombs out. King of the Realm in the first game, and then Midland Army in the second, just absolutely wrecking.
Absolutely. Fantastic play by Jared as well. Like maneuvering the blockers, setting up the common sense for the zombie. And that zombie came back like a few times and also just sat there going, oh, what are you going to do? You're going to attack the zombie? Because it's just going to come back.
And against an really aggressive Avatar, like Avatar of Earth, that zombie coming back and being able to defend, I think it defended against 3 attacks, probably saved, it and a couple of the foot soldiers there probably saved a good ton of damage. Don't know how much exactly, but like 3 or 4 swings that would have otherwise gone through.
Yep. We really just we didn't see Scott coming out of the gates. So the way that the Avatar of Earth deck really wins is by playing like a Pudge pretty early, or playing a Phalanx or a Unicorn, and then being able to go, you know what, I'm going to attack you for 4 and then grapple shot you for 4, and then I'll hit you with my Avatar for a 4 or 5, and then you're on 3, and a lightning bolt puts you to death's door, and anything finishes you off. But what we saw there was really not that happening. Instead, what we saw was Jared being able to really control that board.
Exactly like you say, like really would be wanting to play a grapple shot out, and it was kind of the one linchpin card of that deck, right? That we didn't see in either games.
Yep, we didn't. See, and if you remember, like we saw like a pretty late Pudge Butcher come out from Scott, right in the back, like in a bit of an awkward spot. So it didn't even look like a very good Pudge. It looked like a very awkward Pudge Butcher, and yet, as soon as he passed the turn, Jared goes, you know what? I can't let that Pudge Butcher stay on the board. So we saw. I can't remember if it was a cave in or a berry. They look exactly the same to me. But that respect from Jared in order to make sure that I don't lose this game from like a series of Pudge Butcher going off, which is obviously played the matchup a fair few times and has thought about exactly where he wants to go and what the threats are, things that he can't leave on the board.
And really well done by Jared. Obviously got out a couple of threats early and then was able to kind of play it a little bit slower, let the Gorgons do their thing, let his 1-power minions get their attacks in, and then just hold back a little bit and play those answers, those removal spells every time Scott was trying to get something out, and you could keep pushing that lead.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to watch. I was also thinking myself, because we played the deck together, I played that deck.
Yeah.
What would I be doing in Scott's place? And there's a couple of things that I might have done differently, but ultimately, I just don't think that I was winning that game. Like, I think that the way that the cards lined out and the way that Jared had set up his deck, Scott was behind the 8 ball pretty quickly. And even though there was this ability to really hit hard with that Avatar of Earth, the defenses were just too good. So
an interesting counter, right? You Earth versus Earth, Avatar of Earth gets really, really strong, but then your opponent's playing a bunch of villages, which just gives you all the chump blockers you'll ever need. And it's an interesting self counter.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like the finals are about 30 minutes away. But what I might do is I might just duck out here and see if Jared's available, and maybe you could ask Jared a couple of questions. We can get his take leading into the finals, and then we might take a small break after that, and then come back to the finals. What do you think about that, Sean?
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, awesome. All right. Well, I'll leave you for a couple of minutes. Maybe you can chat about your perspective whilst I get this interview ready. I'm going to switch this over to you. Let's see if I can do this. Nope. Remove. Oh.
All right. We're here in the White Room. So those of you in chat, what do you think of semifinals? Were you surprised by the upset from the Geomancer and the Avatar of Earth? Or am I just in the wrong and didn't see that coming? Yeah, checking through the chat. Nick's saying zombie, very good. You see the value in cards that actually banish stuff instead of just a kill, because sometimes Scourge Zombies or Bone Rabble, that kind of stuff, coming back to haunt you several times can get a lot of value out of that card, and that 4 mana cost starts to actually not look that bad if you can block 3 or 4 attacks with it, right? But yes, again, as Nick mentioned, there's not many options for that kind of banishing in Earth Air outside of playing Pillars of Xyros, which it looked like they both had at some point, but obviously didn't get it at the right time to get rid of the Scourge Zombies.
I think everybody's right. We're good to go?
Yep.
You can hear Sean there?
Yep.
Excellent.
All right. This is Jared, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very awesome match we just watched.
Yeah.
I will totally come clean. I wasn't thinking you were going to be able to do it at the very start, because the Avatar of Earth versus Geomancer, I thought that matchup was going to be
it doesn't feel great as Geomancer, but I also beat it twice in the Swiss as well.
Oh, so yeah, nice.
It might not be that bad in the end.
Yeah. Initial impressions clearly proven wrong. So tell us a little bit about the deck, or like what's the strategy behind that? What are you trying to push for?
So originally I moved to it because we were testing a lot of Pathfinder and just the inconsistencies of like horrible mana base. So it's sort of like wanted a bit more consistency. And because there's no Chaos Twister in this format, you can actually play like Midland Army and stuff like that and not feel horrible about it.
Yeah. You're not going to lose the minion and take 8 damage.
Yeah, exactly. And it wasn't even meant to be a roots deck at first. It was just sort of like a mid-rangey control deck. And then we just put roots in because it felt free. And we were playing with 3 cities originally, but because we go so wide on the board, they just felt like they could get around them really easily and not actually be forced to attack where they were.
Yeah, if you're building quite a big frontage.
If you're going
wide. You end up with lots of other options.
Most games, they end up with, 8, 9, 10 lands in play. So it's they have a lot of options to attack. And the roots, most of the time you don't pull it off. But, maybe I think it's like 1 or 2 in every 10. It's not that inconsistent, and you don't need to do it to win. So
Yeah. It's. I was remarking during the game that it feels a bit like a theme deck. Like you have obviously land surveyors and foot soldiers out there, and then like the Midland Army and the King of the Realm showing up, and so it felt very much like this mortal army, Earth Kingdom theme deck.
Yeah, a lot of the mortal synergy just sort of comes up because you have like a decent amount of humble villagers because they're just like so good at filling out your curve when you miss spots, and the 1/1s actually are like very relevant. And then as soon as you drop a King of the Realm, that's King of the Realm's mostly in there for Death Speaker because they have a lot of models and it really messes with them quite badly. And then on top of that, like the Crown Prince is just amazing with the 1/1s. He just gets so much value.
Yeah, and we saw quite a lot of that value coming through those 1-power minions in both games, right? We had the first game was Orbival Bereth, followed by a doubled Border Militia, and then the turn after that, King of the Realm shows up to inspire everybody, and they were just swinging around. It was great.
Yeah, it did feel pretty good.
Are there any other like big combos in the deck that you've kind of built in there? We know we've got the root sinkhole thing.
There's Orb with Craterize, so you can one-shot them from like full life. Craterize is just it just works well in the deck as like a consistent finisher.
And if you're building up to have lots of sites, then you probably likely have stuff in hand, and so that cost feels a little
every
bit
time
less.
I think I put off the Orb Craterize 2 or 3 times in the tournament, and but they were always on death door when I did it. So it really didn't matter.
So that's more of the Mortal Kombat fatality version of it, where
exactly.
Why kill you with 1 meteor when I can drop 2 on you?
Yeah, it's like you start next game on death door.
I'll definitely get some.
The orb's mostly for the value with like divine healings and things like that. It's quite a big swing, and you can do it like quite like cheap as well. And then you get like incredible value with common sense because you just common sense, and the first copy you get another common sense, and then something else you want to play. And
so you get the common sense
chain that every time.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, that's good. That's
a bit more synergy.
Was there anything that you changed up from the sideboard between the 2 matches?
Yeah, I brought in the Scourge Zombie. So there's 4 of them in the board, and it's mostly because the sideboard for this deck, you don't really have anything you want to bring in. Most of the things you want to bring in are already in the deck. So it was like, I didn't know if there'd be other like very heavy control decks because I thought that'd be incredible against them. But I thought just on the fly, I was like, this probably seems all right to fetch with a common sense against Avatar of Earth and just have infinite block. And it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, we were talking about that as you were playing it, of just the value. It looked like you had an option there for a moment to block with one of the foot soldiers and chose not to because you were about to get the Scourge Zombie out.
Yeah, there was that, but I also had the Holy Ground in hand, so I just wanted to leverage that so I didn't even need to block that turn.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
That's probably the thing that makes the deck actually work is the 3 Holy Grounds and the Pillar. You just get so much value and buy so much time with your mana base, especially because like the Humble Villagers, they act like a Holy Ground as well most of the time as well.
Just being able to block one of those hits.
Yeah, exactly.
Roughly same value of 3 life, or in this case against Avatar of Earth, it might be 5 or 6.
6 or 7, or exactly.
All right. And of course, you'll be going on to the final for the next matchup, right?
Yeah.
Not sure who you'll be facing there, but I always love seeing kind of thematic decks rocking it on the table. So I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Yeah, sweet. Is there anything else you wanted to know? Or?
Any other decks that you are currently tooling around with, or any other highlights from the tournament this weekend?
So me and my mate who did a lot of testing, we tested most decks in the format, and we ended up streamlining a Wolves deck like incredibly well. We worked very hard on it, and like the biggest problem with it was the mana base, and we got it to the point where you would consistently like probably 80 to 90% of the games play 2 wolves on 2, 2 wolves on 3, and then 2 for the whole rest of the game.
Yeah.
And then we were playing like quite a few water sites, like all the water jewels and floodplains and things like that. So earthquake was never an issue. If you ever had a floodplain, the root spiders, they were a big problem in testing. So like, that became less of an issue. And then we're even playing geysers to deal with that as well. We in the end, I think we only played 4 non-wolves cards in the deck. That's how streamlined it got. It got to the point where we're like, every card that was in the deck really needed to be in the deck. Because most of the time you were just better off.
Is a wolf.
Exactly. Yeah. Because a lot of the wolves deck we were seeing popping up, they were just like 20, 25 wolves maybe. And it's like the consistency of those was horrendous. And they were very easy to beat. But this one was like, quite often you're putting them on death's door on like turn 5, maybe turn 4 if you have like the super nut draw and they have a slow draw. So
it's always good seeing like what at first glance is kind of like a bit of a meme deck that people just kind of put together because it's funny, and then like seeing them actually work and get kind of terrifying is so good. Any other highlights from the weekend? Did you play in any of the other formats?
So I played in the draft on the Friday night and I pulled a foil Grandmaster Wizard. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
And a foil Screaming Skull. So I was like, oh, this seems all right.
Those are both very nice in foil too.
Yeah. They were pretty sweet. That's one of the bigger highlights.
Any kind of what's your draft strategy when you go into those?
Basically, as low cost as you can and no water. Like the optimal deck, which the mate that I tested with, he got it on table 3. The top of his curve was a single 4-drop, and everything else cost 3 or less. And I think it was about 7 of the camels, like the 1-drop 2 power guy, and then I think like 5 wild boars as well. And he was just Earthflyer and splashed 3 towers in most games. He had his whole hand on the board by like turn 2 or 3, and then it was just double spells for the rest of the game. Play both of them, and he 3-0'd his draft very convincingly. Yeah.
I've found a lot of success doing something similar. Just like, I'm just gonna play 2 threats every turn, and hopefully you don't have enough answers, and we'll slowly overrun.
In the pod I was on table 1, it was very hard to draft that. All the creatures were going extremely high. Like I first picked one of the 1-drop 2/2s and didn't see like another one for the whole draft.
Yeah.
So
everybody kind of getting a bit of the same idea, and then it's a bit of a luck of the draft what ends up circling around to you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, awesome. I'm not sure what the other match is like at the moment. If they're playing another one of those
when I came in here,
control decks, it might be an hour.
On game 2, it was Enchantress versus Avatar of Air, so that could go forever. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. Any other highlights from the weekend so far? Anything particular? Otherwise, I'll let you go, and we'll have a little break before the final starts.
Just one thing. It's like the community has been fantastic. Just overall, everyone like great vibes. Everyone's super friendly, and it's been like just a real good time, basically.
Yeah, awesome.
Nice to see.
Yeah, I'm super happy with the community that's forming up around Sorcery. All the people are like so passionate, really welcoming, and like super eager to teach new players and hand off their bulk ordinaries and exceptionals to new people to just get them play sets so they can get going. And it's been really awesome to see. Cool. Well, awesome to talk to you. Hopefully I'll be talking to you again after the final. Best of luck.
Definitely hope. Thank you very much.
All good. And I guess, we'll see you on the table once the other semi-final finishes.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Oh, good.
I'll jump on quickly.
Oh, yep. Sweet.
Yep. Sweet.
Just all good.
All right.
And we might be seeing him back later.
For the finals that are going to come up, I'm going to say that it's going to be half an hour. So if you come back at in 30 minutes from now, in Australia time, that's 6:15. We'll have the final ready to go, and look forward to seeing you all there. Don't know who it's going to be. Jared is one, and it will either be Avatar of Earth, sorry, no, Avatar of Air, or Elementalist. No, Elementalist.
All right.
No. Which one's the enchantment one? Enchantress?
Enchantress or Avatar of
My
Air?
brain,
Are they on there on the other table?
they're on the other table. My brain's starting to shut down, Sean. Like, too much complicated playing Sorcery all day today, and then watching it as well. And I'm super invested in watching this because it's just so cool. So cool. So we'll see you back in about half an hour, and
All right.
we'll get ready to crown the AUNZ champion.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you then.
See you, everyone. Add to stage at stage. All right, Sean, welcome back.
Are you ready for this?
We're about to start the finals of the ANZ. I guess what's the name of this one? Championship. The ANZ Sorcery TCG Championship. You can see the artwork here, even though it's upside down, and the basic site desert that it is in the actual game. And on our left, you can also see the second place prize, which is an artist print by Lindsay, who then did this special commissioned artwork based on Australian, New Zealand Indigenous folklore, and created this really special piece as well. So big game, original piece of artwork for first.
Yeah.
And then also for second, an original piece of artwork.
So that one is is that on one of the artist proofs on the back, by the looks of things, on the back of an ancient dragon.
Yeah, back of an ancient dragon, which is very cool. So look, I'd definitely be very keen to take away that original piece of artwork, one of the original alpha basic sites, which is a pretty big game. But I'd also be happy to walk away with that very special piece by Lindsay as well. Just awesome art in this game. It's one of my favorite things about it.
Oh, there's something so special about like these kind of events where, this is an ordinary site. It's not the most powerful thing in the game, but just like you see the original piece, and they all just blow me away,
Yeah,
and the fact that there's awesome stuff like this attached to even the common game pieces. Yeah, it's
the amount
awesome.
of times I like if I'm drafting and I open a foil and I just staring at the foil, just the artwork, like looking at it, like because the foils are also fantastic in this game.
Yeah, it's like was it the last draft that I played in? I absolutely wasn't in the right element, but I pulled a foil blaze, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take this one.
Yeah, it's very cool, very cool. I actually it was pretty cool. I was in the top pod for this tournament, and obviously we're all pretty focused on getting this artwork, right? Because we're all very focused on it. So there were some foils that were opened that were pretty cool, but not particularly great in draft, and no one was taking them.
Wow!
Yeah, it went around like one of a foil elite that was not even not playable, but still a foil elite. And it went all the way around the table from the person that opened it, and they ended up picking it 9th pick. So
wow.
Yeah, definitely a lot of respect for trying to focus on doing well in this event, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty competitive bunch. A lot of time and effort has gone into building these decks, and people spending a lot of time practicing with them, training up.
Yep, training up. Listening to Jared just there, I could only hear one side of the communication. I couldn't hear the questions, but I could hear him talking about the process of testing with his mates. And he's clearly put a lot of effort into testing these different decks. That Wolf deck sounds like an absolute treat. So I'm keen to see that at some point.
Yeah.
And then
I was admitting to him that I thought Avatar of Earth was going to roll over him a little bit, and he was like, well, actually, in all of the testing we did, this particular deck did really well against Avatar of Earth. Like, okay. I mean, I was immediately proven wrong in that last game, so
yep, for sure.
Clearly he's put the time in and got the result.
See, because this is going to be a really interesting matchup in that I have no idea how it's going to play out. It could be completely one-sided, but I wouldn't even be able to tell you which way it would go.
It should be quite interesting, especially if we see similar strategies to what they were doing in the last ones. If Davida manages to get out some of those damaging and aggressive auras early, like in the very, very first game with the wildfire and thunderstorms, that could very well cut through Jared's foot soldier defense line and all of that kind of stuff. But it could also go the other way if it's more like the second game we commentated this earlier this afternoon, where Davida didn't get those cheaper auras out and was waiting until he got the one big abundance to do those big hits. That versus foot soldier spam is maybe going to have a hard time.
Yeah. We saw some pretty interesting late game plays, including King of the Realm and the army that is the 8/8. And so I'm interested to see what happens there, because Davida has some pointed removal like Disintegrate. I think he's got maybe he's got Earthquake. I'm not sure. But he's definitely got a couple of Disintegrates, I know, because he destroyed me with them earlier today. So we'll see if they come in and play for those big hitters. Because if Jared ends up spending 7 mana or 8 mana in this big play, and Davida untaps and is able to just fire off a pointed removal, then that could make a big difference in tempo. It just really depends on how it I guess lines up.
Yeah. And some interesting counterplay there too, with like, if that abundance does come out, the extra mana that Davida might be giving to Jared will let him play those big cards. A couple of big points from the from chat here. Nick pointing out that Wildfire is very good at cooking foot soldiers. Zalem also pointing out Divine Healing and foot soldiers soaking up Thunderstorm could let Jared outlast some of those early damaging auras.
Yeah, definitely has some ability to mop up a bunch of little 1/1s, especially in comparison to Avatar of Earth, which we viewed last round in the semifinals. So you might notice that there was no dice roll being rolled here to determine who goes first. That's because the play draw rule is in effect for this. So whoever was top of Swiss whoever's higher in Swiss gets to choose whether they'd like to go first or second. Davida was first place after Swiss, so he was able to choose to be on the play.
All right. Starting off here, pretty classic. Foot soldier coming out, appearing in that village, conscripted by the Geomancer there. And a quick blink just to move the Enchantress out of maybe a projectile line.
Yeah. What do you think there? Right? Because there's a couple of different projectiles that might be happening, but what do you think's going through Davida's head to get out of that line of sight from Jared?
The thing that immediately comes to mind for me is you see that you're playing against Earth, and you want to protect yourself from that early Pudge Butcher reel in.
Yeah, okay. So the potential to get pudged.
So quick step off to the side, get out of that main line of fire. Build yourself a little bit of safety over there, perhaps.
We see like a moving of from away from the typical progression of land sites to be, starting with this move to the right, to Davida's right, our left, and then creating the line forward. So basically saying to Jared, hey, look, if you want to connect these realms in order to start doing some damage to me, you're going to need to put the effort into doing that.
Yeah. And it's also, as we can see here, kind of enticing him to turn over to the left and maybe start creating that block of 4 sites that Davida wants in the middle to be able to drop all of his auras in there.
Yeah, so downside is Jared's not able to progress that 1/1 into a space to be able to attack here. So definitely a defensive strategic play by Davida. But then we see Jared choosing not to create that line for the 1/1 to move forward, because he also doesn't want to create a space where Davida can play an aura that has to occupy 4 sites.
Yep, he has opened an option here for Davida to play directly in the middle and kind of create that big block that he needs.
Yep.
A couple of other interesting things here. Obviously, Davida may be mulliganing. Oh my god, a second Angel's Egg dropping. That is going to be very hard to deal with.
So just a
It
lot of
completely broke
life
my
there.
train of thought, because finding both of those this early, yeah, Jared's going to have a much harder time whittling down Davida's Enchantress with small minions now.
We also saw that classic play from Davida that we've seen earlier, where he's choosing not to invest too much. So he's on the play and chose not to draw a site that turn and play it, and instead choosing to simply draw a spell and then tap to draw a site. Or he might have actually drawn a site and tapped to draw a site. So he's keeping his options open, but you can tell that David is thinking about this in terms of long-term approach. What am I doing?
Yeah, and he's built himself a lot of breathing room by having those two Angel's Egg there, because the unicorn coming in, it's going to deal 4 damage on the attack, but at this point, Davida probably doesn't care that much, because he's going to heal 2 life at the end of every turn, so 4 life per round off those 2 Angel's Eggs, which is basically means he can ignore the unicorn until he wants to deal with it.
The Angel's Egg heals 2 life at the end of each turn, or heals 1 life per egg at the end of each turn. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1 per egg at the end of every turn. So that's at the end of Davida's turn and at the end of Jared's. So every full round, yeah, he's going to be healing an extra 4, which is a lot of damage to try and, or a lot of kind of regeneration to try and overcome.
Definitely. Now we're seeing a site get played here by Jared, and then a pen and paper got out, and something's been written down. Can you explain to me what's going on there, Sean?
Yeah, it looks like he's probably seen those eggs, and as commented in chat by Nick, he's probably going to want to start digging for the roots combo to try and destroy those, because it'll be hard, as I said, to get over that all of that healing. And so he's played the Mirror Realm and copied a Bedrock. So of course, if he triggers the roots, those will stick around. Looks like someone's managed to find him a spare.
I see. Okay, so that was what was going on. So it's a site that when it comes into play, you get to copy any other site. So choosing to copy the Bedrock, and that way, if the roots combo does go off, Jared gets to keep 2 sites, which is actually a lot of sites to keep after a roots combo.
Yeah, it's much less of a reset in that case. Jared opting not to attack with the unicorn there, obviously knowing that the damage would be healed by the time it gets back around to him. So opting to maybe keep it safe back where it is for now.
So an Atlantean Fate might come down here and destroy a bunch of creatures. Oh, no, we don't have enough water threshold yet. Oh, maybe we do.
I think he's got the 2. He's
So
got a Lighthouse and an Oasis out. So he could play it. Maybe not enough mana just yet.
I could see a Grandmaster Wizard in that hand there. So definitely the ability to draw some cards. And based on the way that we saw Davida play in the quarterfinals, I know that he's going to want to prioritize the potential roots combo going off and making sure that he has enough resources post that combo. So very interesting. Meanwhile, Jared's able to just not worry about the roots combo and choose whether he wants to put more stuff into play or keep things back. So
also not a bad position to be in for him as well, because he can just kind of slow play this a little bit, maybe giving an opportunity for Davida to get to that higher mana threshold and start being able to play some big auras out. But it looks like Jared's pretty comfortable at this point to build up his mana base, maybe try to get to some of those higher cost cards of his own, and then start to put the pressure on. Doesn't need to attack right now. Obviously, the healing from the Angel's Eggs would override that, but All right, he's opting to push in here. Obviously, 4 of that is going to get healed, but with the Land Surveyor also swinging in. Oh, here's another. We know he's going to have a whole handful of sites now, ready to reset whenever a Roots gets dropped. Plus, those Surveyors will be helping him dig for it.
Yeah. And that Geomancer just tapping to replace the rubble with a site off the top of the library just means that those sites that Jared has been drawing doesn't have to play it from hand. It can just settle for replacing those rubbles with sites off the top of the library. What are 1/1s going on here again?
An interesting option here in the chat. Zalem's pointing out there was an option there for Davida to maybe hold on to the blink until he thought the Roots combo was going to go off, and then blinking onto the bedrock, which would save his Angel's Eggs. A hard thing to time, though, because if you go too early, obviously you're providing that healing to your opponent for a while. But obviously you go too late, and then you're in the wrong spot and you lose both your eggs. So
yeah,
there's one option there, especially at the moment when he's not putting damage on himself. So healing for his opponent's not as much of an issue, but he probably wants to keep on top of the damage he's taking from that unicorn right now.
Yep.
Yeah, certainly some interesting lines of play there.
We got a site coming in, tower, so an extra 2 mana this turn. And it looks like a Grandmaster Wizard's coming down in a spot to be able to block that unicorn. Although the Land Surveyor may stop that from being a possibility.
Yeah, the board flooded with guys on horses with maps.
Yeah. So, Sean, we're seeing this plethora of 1/1s out here, as well as, I guess, 1/4/4 in the unicorn. What are Davida's options to sweep up these 1/1s?
Well, as mentioned when we were chatting beforehand, maybe something like a wildfire that can slowly start burning its way through, getting kind of a bit of card advantage. Your one wildfire could slowly go through and chew up several of those. Although there's still only 1 power, so like, how much do you want to commit to that?
Not a lot.
The ideal thing would be something like you step to the side and do like a firebolts to clear out multiple of them at once.
Yep.
But even that, it gets a bit tricky. Yeah, we see a Land Surveyor just rode up and kicked the Grandmaster Wizard.
Yep, putting Davida to 13. Now that's going to go back up to 15 with those eggs.
Yeah,
what do we have here?
Bits of damage on, he will just slowly whittle away.
Yep. I don't know that card that's just been played by Jared.
Right. Little correction from what I was saying before. Zalem pointing out that Enchantress wants to blink into the center of the realm is because if the Roots drops, it will still destroy the eggs, but the placement of the current bedrocks means that Jared could quite easily lock out Enchantress of being able to play more sites.
Yeah.
And if Enchantress gets stuck in that corner, maybe only being able to play 3 or 4 sites out, that's really going to restrict Davida's options of which auras he can play and obviously how much he can play each turn.
It's a tricky spot to be in. And also one that maybe Davida hasn't encountered before in this kind of way. Although Davida did casually mention that he played an extra 36 casual games to help with his little point incrementations in the league. So maybe Davida has seen this coming. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
It's one of the awesome things about Sorcery, right? Like having the grid and site placement, having so much variability to it. This could very well be a completely unique situation that he hasn't run into before.
Yep. Yeah. So I see a lot of cards in hand. But where are we going to go from here?
Yeah, those
So it's killed.
the Angel's Eggs are doing a lot to keep his life from crashing too much from these multiple attacks on several fronts. And maybe just biding his time to play something out. But yeah, there's a lot of cards in hand, a lot of options, a lot to think about for Davida.
I still don't know what that card is that Jared played last turn. That looks like a prince of some kind. I don't know, somebody in a cape. What's going on there?
So that's the Crown Prince. We talked about this a little bit in the post-match interview just before.
Okay.
Crown Prince, very strong in a deck like his that is playing a lot of mortals, because it's a 3-cost, 3 power, but with a unique death right that if you control another mortal, you return Crown Prince to its owner's hand. So as long as, like he's got here, he's got these 2 foot soldiers just kind of sitting on his back row, pretty safe. He can send that Crown Prince running around doing very aggressive moves, and if it dies at any point, as long as those foot soldiers are hanging around somewhere, Crown Prince just pops back to hand and he can play it out immediately again.
I see.
Can get some pretty incredible value out of that, especially like combined with something like a village, which gets you the free foot soldier without casting you a card, and then Crown Prince just gets that easy recursion. All right,
so if you notice,
first wildfire drop.
And immediately, what I can see here with this wildfire is when you go, where do I place this wildfire? You'll see that Jared has placed only one creature in every location that there is a creature at this point in time. Like clearly being aware of wildfire and not wanting to be in this position where the wildfire can, I guess, sweep up multiple creatures at the same time.
All right, some of the chat suggesting that he's got so many cards in hand because he's trying desperately to find a Poison Nova, which would, of course, clear out a lot of those minions at once, including the big hitter on the board at the moment in the Autumn Unicorn.
Yep. And if Dava can do that,
dropping the wildfire, it's slowly going to burn its way around. He might be able to take out 2 per turn with this if he animates and gets a burn plus an attack off with it.
Yeah.
It's also stopping the Crown Prince from attacking in to where the Land Surveyor is this turn, because otherwise it'll die at the end of the round. Which, of course, small sacrifice for Jared because it'll pop straight back to his hand. But
so
a small deterrent.
That positioning from Davida, very deliberate on that front, making sure that, okay, well, if you want to get in with the Crown Prince, then yeah, you can, and I'll cop the 3 damage, but it'll get burnt at the end of turn, and yes, it'll go back to your hand, which isn't that much of a problem, but it does cost mana, and these mana can be something that adds up, especially if that's the I guess the best option for that wildfire, and Davida just stopping and going, okay, let's just empathize with Jared here and put myself in his shoes. What would I be wanting to do? Well, I'd be wanting to attack with that Crown Prince. So, okay, I'm going to base my moves around that anticipated play, which has definitely put Jared in this position where he's like, okay, do I want to do this? Do I not want to do this?
And like you say, bouncing back to hand, not the worst thing, but it's a bit of a mana tax next turn, maybe, if he wants to play it again. And then it's going to have Summoning Sickness again, which slows down the rate that the damage is coming in, lets those Angel's Eggs do their work.
Yep. And if he doesn't move the Crown Prince, then... so he has to move the Crown Prince. Otherwise, the Wildfire is going to deal the 3 damage to that location, and then it's going to move towards that Crown Prince. So...
Well, this is where Enchantress can get very tricky, right? Because Wildfire is going to move at the end of this turn. Even if he dodges out of the way of the Crown Prince, Davida could animate the wildfire, have it move over to the bedrock, which is where presumably the prince would run to. And now, having taken 2 steps in 1 turn, suddenly getting this burst of speed, the animated wildfire could catch up to the prince and still take it out.
So the prince is not safe, although
No.
just go back.
I guess what I'm coming to at this point is I think Jared probably just takes the 3 damage and has the prince bounce back to hand, right? Just get that extra damage in to try and outrun or outpace the Angel's Eggs.
Yeah. Interesting spot, because if he doesn't put the damage on, if he doesn't put those the knives in, then those Angel's Eggs are just gonna really start getting that life back again. Whoa, we got a giganticism.
Do you think the is it the Land Surveyor's horse or the Land Surveyor himself that turns giant? Because one of those is a hilarious visual.
Wow.
Actually, I think they're both pretty funny in opposite ways. Giant horse, tiny guy.
Yeah,
giant guy, tiny
big
horse.
game, and then a root spider in there as well, gaining the 2 life. We see the Crown Prince go back to hand. We see the wildfire burn that location and move up, and back to 4. But wow, that was a big hitting turn.
Oh,
I can see
giant
with that
Land Surveyor. That's just satisfying play. Gigantism is just a fun card.
It is. I also really like the art on Giganticism.
And yeah, that was a big swing. Went from 17 health at the start of that turn down to 2. And then luckily with the Angel's Eggs there, now back up to 4. But looking a little at risk there.
Yep. So going to go back up to 6 at the end of his turn.
Yeah, just thinking if on that last turn Jared had something, obviously he's not playing Earth Fire, but like, you could see a world where he had like a Firebolts in hand, just take a step to the side and get those extra couple of points of damage in. Anything extra on that turn could have been Death's Door right there.
For sure. If he had had that the orb that doubles the spells, could have double go Giganticism, and then
which
come in.
We know that's in the deck.
Yeah, we do. So Dava's got a lot of cards in hand, but I think he's been caught a little bit off guard with just how much damage came through. Going down to 4 life, we'll go back up to 6 life, but then we've got 6 points of damage. It looks like.
2 from the 2 Land Surveyors, and then 4 from the Autumn Unicorn. So if he doesn't deal with at least one of those threats this turn, or bring in a blocker perhaps, that could be Death's Door on Jared's next turn.
That root spider hiding underneath there, so that if Dava does try to turn it into a creature, well, it's disabled.
Yep. All right.
Interesting. That looks to be
a discussion about the silence.
Yeah. So what does the card silence do, Sean?
Just one moment. I'll get you the specific text, not just my remembered text. So minions occupying affected sites lose all non-basic abilities. So because it just talks about minions occupying the sites, that's going to hit surface and subsurface, which in this case could be used to kill off the root spider. It looks like he might be going for it. Yeah, so of course playing it there means the root spider loses its burrowing ability and will die trapped underground.
Die trapped underground. The question that I then have is that what do we got here?
Oh, we have a polymorph.
All right, so turn into a frog.
Turned the unicorn into a frog. I don't think I've heard that fairy tale before, but it's a good one. I wonder, did he animate
that wildfire?
Did he animate wildfire as well? Because there could be another 4 damage coming in.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that would be the first lot of damage coming in towards Jared. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Taking 4 damage. And then let's see. Are we playing a site or drawing a site?
So Wildfire, very strong aura, very, very good. Can get a little tricky playing with Enchantress because, of course, it will burn itself at the end of the turn.
Ooh. So it's just gained some life here, some additional life with the site that gains life when it comes into play. You can probably remind us of the actual name of that, and then 2 extra life from the Dragon's Eggs as well, going back up to 9 life, which is
so that's the Pillar of Zyros.
Yeah. Then I think, if I'm not mistaken, because the silence actually shuts off the abilities of the cards, the Wildfire doesn't do the burning thing because it doesn't have that ability anymore.
Yeah, correct, because it is currently a minion occupying that site. So it won't burn itself this turn and be forced to move. Maybe buys it a bit of time.
That's a really interesting setup there, because you can actually have your aura around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the quick polymorph there going out towards the Autumn Unicorn, buying him time. There's basically just the one power land surveyors in his territory now, which the damage from them is not going to outpace those Angel's Eggs anymore. So it's a bit of a turn, a little bit of a turn on the tides here in Davida's favor.
Yeah, we might be getting into that territory where Jared goes, all right, I'm going to get the orb out and that crater eyes and just try to one shot, deal another 20. Let's go to the late game play. That Giganticism was really cool play, getting Davida down to 2 life. But just seeing that return swing really shows the power of Enchantress, but also actually really showing off Dragon's Eggs capabilities in this game.
Yeah, for sure. There's a couple of things, obviously combos we've seen from Jared before that could push this back again. Some roots would be great. He definitely wants to, he's been trying to outpace the eggs since they arrived, which was very early for both to show up. Oh, and there we have the first piece, the sinkhole. Question here whether he has roots in hand or whether he's still digging for it. Oh, but there we see the crater eyes. And that is going to deal 10 damage, knock out a bunch of his own minions, but that is Enchantress on death's door.
Wow. Okay. Well, those eggs now officially do nothing.
Yeah, they are gone.
All right. So now we're in this
that was a big
really
hit.
Interesting spot. Did that frog survive? Is that frog?
I think that frog should be dead, but I don't know how much it's doing at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So just as Davida was looking to get things back under control, beginning to heal quite a bit in that last round and get a number of those opposing minions out of his territory. And then the Crater Eyes, Jared's Geomancer, just turning a chunk of primordial earth into a comet and throwing it in the face.
Yep. We got a comment from Nicholas here saying excellent play, which I very much approve of. That situation there, right? Like if that Crater Eyes was maybe 1, 2, 3 turns away or something like that, then I could see Davida just getting back into this position where he's back on 20 life and a really healthy
absolutely
spot.
The double eggs, it happens very rarely, but when you see it across the board from you, it's an issue that you really got to think about how you're gonna either outpace it or just try and aim for something like that, like this big 1-turn kill or a real big hit, because the eggs are a real problem if you're playing a slow game.
We got that frog out of there. That frog wasn't an invulnerable frog that could survive a crater.
I think he got a bit of extra life because he's inconspicuous, right? But eventually they spotted him.
So Davida's definitely still got the ability to do some pretty hard hitting here with a 3-cost aura plus the 4-cost. So we could be looking at a 7 damage kind of setup here, which is relevant.
There's also an option to animate something like the silence, just so that if the foot soldier moves up, the silence turned into a minion could then intercept and kill off some of those minions that are closing in to get that death blow.
Could be. So David has got to make that decision. Like, do I try to knuckle down and make sure that I don't die now that I'm on death's door, or do I try to sneak a win by being super aggressive?
Yeah, throwing some
Highland
damage in.
Highland Princess coming down, able to search for a 1-cost, and David is just deciding what to do in terms of which things will be animated. So it looks like we've animated a wildfire, and then we're going to resolve this Highland Princess.
All right, let's see what he finds. See what gifts he has for the princess.
Oh, yeah. Oh, looks like a Philosopher's Stone. One of the cool things about Highland Princess is that when you play Highland Princess, you actually get 2 spells. So you can actually turn on 2 auras, which in Enchantress, pretty relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Look, if I was in Davida's position, though, I'd be certainly kind of quaking in my boots. How would you feel at this point, like if you're in Davida's position?
Yeah, I can't quite. We've got our text bar there up over where we would be seeing Jared's hand. I don't know how much he's got in hand, but he hasn't been playing a lot of cards each turn, so I imagine he's got a few options sitting there, and so I would be quite worried about that. If he had kind of emptied his hand to get me to this point, then I might feel a little bit more confident about playing aggressively with the silence and the wildfire, because Davida does have quite a few things in hand. But if Jared's also got those, then he might have answers that just remove these auras and might have something that's just a kill card, basically. So a lot of possible bad outcomes.
Just working out exactly what's going on with this wildfire now.
And I think pointing out that the Highland Princess couldn't have been played there because otherwise her Genesis wouldn't have triggered because she was in the silence aura. So a slight misplay, but Davida can, of course, could have summoned her to any number of other locations. So just a quick fix there.
Yep. Quick fix. It would have been pretty difficult to rewind all of that. So glad that quick fix is available.
They hadn't progressed too far from there. It'd be a different story if she had, blocked a couple of big hits or something like that.
Yep.
It's one of the great things, as we were talking about in the last match, of just the even though it's a competitive tournament, people still have this friendly kind of kitchen table vibe, and that of course means allowing a few little takebacks every now and then, especially when it's stuff like that, and it's like doesn't really affect the game. Instead of saying like, oh, she was silenced, so send you a Philosopher's Stone, shuffle it back in, and you got to leave her where she was. It's like, no, you could have played her somewhere else.
Yeah. In the finals of this championship, still allowing that kind of thing is good vibes. So,
it's awesome.
And you could tell Jared was just like, just play it over there. It's fine. I don't even think they even needed to ask the judge what happens there. Just good camaraderie from these two players.
Yeah,
and we just saw a cave-in come down. So cave-in just managed to kill a whole bunch of things. Yeah,
it's the second cave-in. Yeah, the first one looks like Jared played that to take out 2 auras in one go, and then a new wildfire being played. Or was that no? The silence aura. Because they were both animated, the silence aura had silenced itself, which means that wildfire was still active. Wildfire then burned the silence aura. And so, of course, then we came to Jared's turn, and he could use the cave-in just to finish off the wildfire.
Wow. All right, that Crown Prince coming back. We forgot
Yep.
about that one. It's been a while. It's been a while.
He's been
Welcome
waiting
back
in
to
the
board.
wings.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
and Jared opting to pull his foot soldiers back, maybe just keeping them safe so that they can power the Crown Prince.
Yep. What an epic game. An epic game. Just making sure that Crown Prince can do its thing.
Oh yes, sit in hand for a few turns and then suddenly reappear when you least expect it.
So we see drawing a sight by
replacing the site that was destroyed when that meteor was thrown in the Enchantress's face. We have some more ruins, appropriately enough.
We've got one, that yellow dice is representing the discounts to remind Dava of that potential. And then we've got a disintegrate.
Yeah, disintegrate, of course, banishing entirely that Crown Prince, which means the death right doesn't trigger. He will not go back to hand. So he is out.
Yeah. All right. So Crown Prince down. Davida on Death's Door. Jared's still on a healthy 9 here.
Yeah, but it looks like this might be a Thunderstorm play. No, he's putting it back in hand. Probably deciding whether to send that extra damage. Because, yeah, with nothing really on the board except one Highland Princess and these 2 foot soldiers, not a lot of board presence for either player. Davida could push the advantage a little bit here on his turn and start putting in some damage. Of course, Jared playing Mono Earth. The one downside means he doesn't have access to a lot of those easy kill cards that you would find in air, like Lightning Bolt, or in fire with Firebolts and Heat Ray, which in any other matchup, you would be very, very worried about that right now.
Yeah. All right. We're seeing the dice get rolled to see whether the face gets domed for 3. But this foot soldier goes down.
Poor foot soldier with his tall pole arm just attracted the lightning.
Yep. Highland Princess choosing to just chill out, stay there.
Mm-hmm.
So Jared at this point really having a few different options in order to get down to this Death's Door. 7 life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back up to 16.
Ooh,
so
definitely
not going to lose anytime soon. Yeah.
Yeah, because Davida really wants to rush him down to get kind of caught up here. That divine healing might have sealed his fate, because it's going to take a bit more effort to get that 16 life down. Looks like Jared might have something big coming out, counting up his mana here. Both players taking their time a little bit more in this final match, as there are a lot of different angles of play.
I mean, this board state is so complicated, and they've got a bunch of cards in hand. All right, we've got a unicorn in.
Ooh, there we go. There's some serious threats.
Yeah. And so the unicorn plus the soldier. So the soldier can attack the Highland Princess, and then the unicorn will be free to go. And if Davida tries to attack the soldier, then
Unicorn
he can defend with the unicorn.
And he'll still have his 2 attackers for next turn. So probably hoping for some more removal here.
Yep. I can see that Grandmaster Wizard in Davida's hand. Ooh.
moving the princess up, maybe hoping to get it into some of those sites for an attack. And then playing the Poison Nova to clear the field.
And animate the Thunderstorm.
Yeah, very nice.
Tap to draw a
site. Thunderstorm zapping someone, but also attacking a site there.
And then we roll the dice at end of turn to see whether the soldier or the dome. One, two, three. Soldier down. I don't know if that's the desired outcome for Dava. Doing the extra 3 damage there would have been helpful.
Not sure. Probably just wants to try and get him onto death's door, but yeah.
But also, if the soldier was untapped next turn, then it could potentially block the Thunderstorm with a normal attack, which would be 4 damage. So,
that's true. Next turn, there's some guaranteed damage coming in from the Thunderstorm.
This is nail-biting stuff here. Dava being on death's door, but also looking like he's kind of got control of the game with this Thunderstorm out. He's really stabilized. He's got a bunch of cards in hand. There's a common sense, though. Is there anything in Jazz?
No.
Like, is there all right, what do we got? What do we got covered up? Well, it's not an obvious decision, so it's not just straight to a lightning bolt effect. Having only Earth out, not even available, but
it's interesting to see what he gets. Going for another common sense.
Okay, so common sense into a border militia because he's got enough lands that he doesn't want to draw another common sense because it's not going to be as good as maybe some of the other cards in his deck. So he's just thinning his deck out there in order to maximize the probability of drawing something that can really finish Dava off. But at the same time, getting that border militia out to be able to make a bunch of 1/1s.
And with this particular interesting site layout, there's a good little front line there, which again, what Dava really doesn't want to see at the moment is multiple attackers coming in.
Yeah. So 3 1/1s, much harder to deal with for Dava than 1 5/5 even.
All right, moving out of the Thunderstorm. Of course, with that little void square in front of the Geomancer, that's going to protect him from... Well, it'll protect him from getting both a zap and an attack. Dava can, of course, animate where he is and attack on the spot. Or, actually, no, because the movement comes after the zap, doesn't it? So he's going to have to attack where he is.
Yeah. So he does have the option of... no, he can't play a site all the way over there because he doesn't have an adjacent site. So he can't make the square required to move the Thunderstorm. But can do an attack for 4. That 3 damage will just go to waste, though.
Yeah, at least he was lucky enough to draw a Rift Valley to try and fill in that site there.
Well, good point.
But one elite site out of many.
Yeah,
I'll see what he's got.
Ask. And I don't even know if Dava has them in his deck.
Yeah.
All right. What do we got here? So he's going to drag himself away.
Riptide to animate the Thunderstorm. Run away. Yep. So he's going in for that. Take that. Get some damage in just by attacking the sites. Getting that last bit of value out of the Thunderstorm before it expels its last lightning bolt and dissipates. Interesting. And opting to get rid of the foot soldier there, knowing that, of course, now the Thunderstorm is going to zap the other one. So choosing to kind of play a little bit more defensively there as opposed to going for the straight damage. But yeah, clearing out those multiple attackers, as we're talking about, he really doesn't want those getting close to the Enchantress. And a lot of distance between these two avatars now.
Yep, a lot of distance. I think that Jared playing that common sense into border moisture really indicated to Dava, look, I don't have any commons in my deck that deal direct damage. So
Yep.
there's probably less things in my deck that kill you than you realize.
Oh.
And
then we have it. King of the Realm drops. Takes
control of the
Grandmaster Wizard and gives it the +1 power that Grandmaster Wizard needs to actually deal damage because he's a feeble old man.
What a betrayal! What a betrayal! Grandmaster Wizard! You were meant to cast spells and protect me.
He shows up, he's, I have these 3 scrolls, and hands them over to the Enchantress. As soon as she takes them, he's like, slaps her in the face. What a way to end the game.
And here's a poison dagger to go with them. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Fascinating game. Because we saw those Dragon's Edge do a lot of work to start with. And then some bang, some heavy hitters with the Giganticism. And we thought the Dava was got out of that. Went up to 9 life, killed the unicorn, well, turn it into a frog. And then, really started commanding that board state. And then Craterize comes down, 10 damage off the bat. No defense.
Nothing you can really do against that. And I wonder how long Jared had that in hand. Maybe he had it for a little while, and Craterize obviously being one of the few cards like that in Earth that can get you that kill from anywhere on the board.
Yeah.
But you see that chance to put someone on death's door, you probably just take it. Especially if they're sitting on 2 Angel's Eggs and just like gonna heal from any regular attacks you do. You see that chance to shut them down. Yeah, you go for it.
I don't know about you, but I don't think I've heard, seen, even thought about the concept of somebody losing to their own Grandmaster Wizard.
Yep.
Dava playing the Grandmaster Wizard where he played it, totally reasonable given the potential for like grapple shots. You want to put something in the way, see them all the time. Projectiles, want to make sure that I don't die to, a firebolt or something like that. So yeah, I'll put my Grandmaster Wizard next to my avatar to protect it. It makes total sense to me.
Yep. Especially if the thing you're worried about is that swarm of foot soldiers coming up and you just need one more body to block something to buy you an extra turn. You keep it close, right? And then he stabs you in the back.
Oh. It's one of those things that, like, if you had like intimate knowledge of Jared's deck, you might be able to go, okay, well, the ways that he actually kills me from death's door here are me playing a Grandmaster Wizard, and then maybe a couple of other, like maybe a Poison Nova or some kind of other explosion-based effect. No, because he's not playing any fire, is he?
Yeah,
so
playing a mono Earth from everything I've seen so far. I've only seen the Earth sites and a couple of neutral sites like the Sinkhole and Roots combo. So yeah, things like Craterize. There are a couple of people in chat talking about how he might have a Rolling Boulder in the deck as a neutral way to get that kind of like piercing damage through to hit something past the defenders. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to finish it, and a way that wouldn't have worked before this year's rules update, because of course that changed to how stealing control of minions worked. Meant that they don't get the summoning sickness anymore, and so you can immediately take control of that Grandmaster Wizard and turn around and slap somebody.
Yeah, we see the power of it just there. King of the Realm. That's the second time we've seen it come in and do some stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Jared sticking to his game plan of slowly amassing that 8 mana or 7 or 8 mana, and then playing those big bombs. It's paid off in all 3 games, right? That we've seen so far.
Yeah.
The King of the Realm in the first one, Midland Army in the second, King of the Realm again. So I can't wait to see what he drops in the next one.
Definitely be photoshopping some photos of Jared onto the art of King of the Realm if he does win this one.
Yeah.
King of the Realm indeed.
Just make sure you get the good like straight profile.
Yep. Yeah. Very cool to see. I think David has taken a quick toilet break, so he'll be back shortly, I'm sure. But that was a great game. Great game. We're going to sideboard. Now, David has said that one of the things that he's less keen on Enchantress about is post-board games with the potential for disenchants. But I haven't seen a lot of disenchants come in. I've seen people maybe have one in the sideboard, but I haven't seen people play a bunch. So it'll be interesting to see where Jared goes in terms of how he tries to adapt to Enchantress. But taking that first game against Enchantress where they definitely have some very powerful effects and interactions. Taking the first game is big, very big. Jared's going to be happy with that.
Well, you also saw a big delay in that game for Dava, right? Like he didn't get any auras out for quite a while, which allowed Jared to get into that position where he had more minions on the board and could start putting that pressure on. Very, very opposite of what we saw in Davida's very first game, where he got out the wildfire and thunderstorms very quickly. And it was the opposite, right? He was able to put that damage out on the board. So with a little bit more luck in his card draw, maybe picking those cards up a little bit earlier in this match, it could be very, very different game.
Could be. Just got Trent, our manager, in the background, coming in and grabbing some cutlery.
Well, hello. How you going? Hope everyone's enjoying the stream.
Trent, always the customer service orientated individual, which is great. We're shuffling up for the next game. Ready to start going. I'm excited to see this. This could be the last game of the tournament.
It could very well be.
After 9 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 8. These players have played over the last 2 days, 9, 10, 11. This is their 12th round. A very complicated game that is really cool. I've been really enjoying Sorcery. Really enjoying, honestly, I'm going to say the things that I really enjoy about Sorcery is, number one, the foils. I really love the foils in this game. They're just cool. I just really like them. Having the full art on the back, very cool.
Especially like a lot of artists, once like card design was locked down and stuff, and they kind of figured out, there's going to be a part of the artwork hidden by the text box, but it'll be visible on the full art. And then a bunch of the artists start hiding things behind there, which is, always really cool to see those popping up.
Yeah.
All right, a quick sideboard break, a quick shuffle, cutting each other's decks.
So Dava gets to choose to be on the play, going first or going second. I'm going to imagine that he's going to choose to go first. And we'll get started. This has been an epic couple of days. It's we started at 9:30 with the player meeting today, and it is now 7 p.m. So this is not only a test of strategy and intelligence and how well you've prepared, but also a test of endurance. Because
absolutely, especially with some of these high-end decks with so many angles of play open to you, it's just trying to hold a lot of different options in your head simultaneously. It can be quite taxing. We've seen a few misplays over during the top 8 that we've covered, but very, very few.
Very, very few. It's been really impressive to see that level of play.
And I'm quite enjoying the fact that it was Davida and Jared's games that we covered earlier, so that now we get to, see the people we're familiar with heading into this final.
Yeah.
Now, what could
We're
be
waiting.
the final game of the final matchup?
Yeah, just knowing some of these spicy cards that are in Jared's deck means that we're like, oh, like maybe we'll see some armies coming out. We knew about the King of the Realm being a possibility.
Yep.
Now Dava also knows that the King of the Realm is a possibility, so we might see a slightly different play here.
And interesting, we
Oh,
see
Highland Princess.
Jared's obviously chosen to not go first, to be on the draw. Maybe get some extra resource in hand. Maybe he wants to be able to react a bit more to whatever Davida is playing.
No, Davida lost that game, so Davida got to choose to be on the play. So
oh, right, yeah.
This is yeah. So it could have been an interesting decision, but no, it is kind of stock standard. Choosing to be on the play. Turn 2 Highland Princess coming out, getting was that a Philosopher's Stone?
Yes.
Yeah, looks like it.
Not enough mana to add it down this turn, but waiting in the wings.
Waiting in the
and
wings.
we have, of course, the ubiquitous Foot Soldier.
What's that site? I don't recognize the arts.
Well, I figured you should recognize it by now. It's the legendary Roots of Yggdrasil.
I see. My brain just goes, no, don't recognize it. It's don't pay attention to it. Just play out all of your cores. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, again, it's Jared's playing mono Earth, right? So his only option for blowing that up is, I guess, his own Crater Eyes or drawing one of the 2 sinkholes.
Yeah.
Which maybe not too hard to find, especially if he's kind of digging for it early with the mulligan.
Yep.
But we'll see. Obviously, he didn't know that Roots was there. That was the kind of the blind play using the Geomancer's ability.
Yep.
So we'll see whether he's got the other combo piece in hand. But for now, we've got a Color Out of Space dropping. That Philosopher's Stone now showing up on the scene.
Mm-hmm. And we've got an atypical presentation, just building those sites at the back there. It looks to me like David is just like, you know what? I'm just going to make you work to draw this connection, and then I'll take it from there. So I'll just build up my stuff here. A little bit of apprehension from that Roots of Yggdrasil being there. I don't want to get too keen to put everything in play, but David has shown his ability to dynamically approach that potential late game, which has been really impressive from him.
Yeah, it's maybe an interesting strategy there with the Enchantress, because if you're not really playing minions, you're playing lots of auras, which are kind of 3 cost and up. You maybe do want to delay that early game a little bit. And if you're playing Abundance, maybe you play back row to draw Jared into playing up the middle, and then you can play to one side of that, create that block of sites that you need to be able to animate your auras safely. And if that aura is an Abundance, it's only giving your opponent 1 extra mana, as opposed to if you built forwards and then built out in that kind of classic T shape that you place your sites in. Abundance is less good there, right? Because you want to be able to play it to hurt your enemy's sites, but then you're giving them 2 mana and only 2 yourself, so it's kind of a bit of a wash. Playing forward like this, maybe trying to bait them into playing in the middle, gives you a site you can attack while keeping your auras safe kind of on your back line.
And that is the namesake Abundance that we were just talking about, played by Davida there?
Yeah, it looks like it's just dropped down thanks to the discount from the Philosopher's Stone. That, of course, is going to give him quite a bit of extra mana next turn. And again, is offering up this juicy middle square to Jared, saying, hey, play a site up here, and you'll get some free mana out of it.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Davida also has the the ability, because David is going to have, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus discounts from the Philosopher's Stone next turn.
Yeah.
And so if Jared doesn't play a site there, then David has the option to play a site there himself and then animate the abundance and move forward and attack. But that's going to give Jared a whole bunch of mana. So we'll see. I suspect that Jared's not going to be keen to fill that space anytime soon.
Yeah, it looks like the Scourge Zombies, which in the interview he mentioned that that's actually a card that's sitting in his sideboard. He's obviously opted to bring that back in, found quite a bit of value from it against the Avatar of Earth, so maybe planning to do something similar in blocking the hits from these large auras. Right, we have Enchantress playing a Floodplain up the front, giving, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana plus discounts to the Enchantress this turn.
Oh, so much mana. So much mana.
David has had to swap to the D20 to keep track of all of his mana.
Yeah.
So he could drop some pretty big stuff at the moment.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, the question, of course, whether he keeps the abundance back so that he can hold on to all of that mana, or whether he starts attacking with it to cut down on the number of defenders that Jared has available. All right.
So many options available.
Yeah, first 5 mana, thanks to the discount, spent on a Grandmaster Wizard. You'll still have 4 left and the discount, so you might have more to do this turn. We'll see.
That's the exact spell that you want to have if you've got that kind of mana. Just, all right, spend 6, we'll draw 3 more. See what else comes up. And he's probably thinking to himself, wow, I can play this Grandmaster Wizard because A, I'm not on death's door, and B, the King of the Realm is too expensive, so Jared's not going to be playing it anytime soon.
Yeah, surely this wizard won't betray me.
Yeah.
All right, still a bit of mana, quite a few cards on hand.
Those zombies are going to be interesting because if this game goes late, if it goes on for a long time, we might see exactly what Jared was talking about in the interview, with the potential for these zombies to just kind of keep coming back still, like pressuring, being able to block, being able to do things, and being a real kind of pain for, ooh, is that Atlantean Fate?
That is. However, 2 of those sites that it's covering are ordinary sites. They're both villages, and so they won't be flooded. It's only going to affect the roots. Looks like he's maybe didn't realize that it wasn't going to have as much impact as possible, so we might be seeing a different placement here. Because, yes, I think he probably wants to shut down the roots.
Wants to make sure that doesn't happen. Yep, totally understandable.
Maybe expecting Geomancer to build out to the left, since the rubble placement ability from Geomancer has to be adjacent. So it's quite likely that those spots will be filled up.
Yep.
So
and importantly, just eventually, what were you about to say?
Eventually, those spots are likely to fill up, especially with having seen that Jared is playing a lot of these high cost cards.
For sure. With so much mana on Davida's side, I can also understand him going, you know what? How about we just shut off this potential for the world to blow up by getting this Yidris flooded? And
one less thing to worry about.
We got a defense from the Highland Princess on the Grandmaster Wizard attack, and then we're determining whether we want the Grandmaster to defend the zombies. But so much mana available to Davida. Just wants to, you know what? Let's just hang out and have a bunch of mana on my side. Maybe I can find some more Grandmaster Wizards.
Yeah.
Well, one more Grandmaster Wizard, and then hopefully go from taking a little bit of damage here and there to drawing a bunch of cards, really utilizing that mana advantage in order to pull it front.
Yeah. Obviously opting not to send the abundance forward and hold on to the mana instead of getting some early damage in. Of course, there are a bunch of blockers there before, so it might have been, wouldn't have been a great idea to send the abundance forward and give up that mana advantage for a trade with basically a foot soldier. But now that some of those blockers are cleared out, the Scourge Zombies have tapped to attack, maybe that abundance becomes a bit more aggressive.
Could animate that abundance and just mess with things a little bit and see how it goes. I think it's really going to depend on exactly what else is in the hand for Dava. So whether it can capitalize the mana advantage and turn it into actual damage, because Jared's still on 20 life here. So,
yep,
yeah,
and now playing out some bigger threats too. The Autumn Unicorn sitting at 4 power means it's immune to a bunch of common removal spells. Obviously, can't lightning bolt it, can't fire bolts it out of existence, at least not by itself. Sitting at that 4 power threshold means it's a little harder to take out.
So Dava just hitting the tank here, trying to work out whether he wants to draw a spell or a sight here, it looks like. Oh, we might just be confirming a rule situation. All right, he's going to draw the spell, which makes sense considering the amount of mana that he has available.
I think they might have been checking mana or threshold used for the Autumn Unicorn, perhaps. It looks like everything's fine.
Yeah, because that back one is a basic sight, so it's all good.
Yeah. All right, Davida there electing to draw a spell. He's got all the mana in the world. Let's see what he opts to do with it. Riptide, nice and cheap, thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. Might just be playing it for that card draw.
Could be. And I think Jared's suggesting that he animate the Atlantean Fate there. Just by tapping it. Knowing Jared. Not gonna work that one, I think. But David is stopping to just check, like, do I want to animate that other enchantment that's not Atlantean Fate?
Yeah.
And look,
got the abundance there under the glare.
Yeah, abundance. Thank you. I was going to say, these players have played an immense amount of sorcery and have been racking the brain and really come up with some great players. I too have played a bunch of sorcery, and now I can't remember the name of abundance. So I'm glad that you're here to help me, Sean. I'm glad that you're here to help me.
It's a benefit of coming in fresh at the end of the whole tournament.
For sure.
Oh,
for sure.
This could be very interesting. Just got a little glimpse at the card in Davida's hand. He is playing it. It's the Chains of Prometheus. So this very interesting addition to a minion light deck, like this Enchantress deck.
Run us
so
through
this, of course,
what does it do?
So whenever a player draws a card, including that card, that non-optional card drawer at the start of each turn, that player taps their strongest untapped minion. This, of course, very interesting with Enchantress because Enchantress's animated auras stop being minions before that triggers. And so it's never going to tie down Davida's ability to animate auras and swing in with them, but it is going to stop things like an Autumn Unicorn. He might be forced to tap his Grandmaster Wizard, but after the way that the last game ended, that's probably for the best.
yeah, that's probably fine. David has still got a whole heap of mana, which means that he's just going to be drawing the spell every turn, not really drawing the land. Geomancer's ability to turn things into from rubble into lands means that Jared can also just draw spells more than the average avatar. So
yeah, and those sites go directly into the realm from the Geomancer. They're not being drawn into the hand, so they won't trigger chains.
Okay.
So yeah, he can continue playing out those sites pretty happily. Ooh, got a few bedrocks out there, which he's probably very happy about, especially if the other combo pieces for the roots ever show up.
And he manages to get rid of that Atlantean Fate. So there's a couple of things in the way for pulling off that combo. But if he does, then there's that bedrock. Oh, we've seen Jared do it before.
And all he needs is a common sense to find the Dispel.
Yep.
And then, a Craterize onto his own Roots of Yggdrasil would be quite fun, even though he would take quite a bit of collateral damage from that kind of strike. I kind of want to see it anyway.
I want to see it too. Jared's on 20. He's on 20. He can handle it. Don't worry about it.
He has been drawing quite a few sites throughout the game, so he might even just be sitting on a sinkhole in hand.
Could do.
Right, yes, so he's been forced to tap his Grandmaster Wizard there. How sad. 0 power minion, the strongest among his forces.
Yeah. I can see the power of that artifact in this kind of matchup. That unicorns come down, but that's going to have to be tapped at the start of turn when Jared draws a card. So can really just put a bit of a break on things.
Yeah, Jared's really going to want to get basically 2 threats, because the biggest one isn't going to do anything. All it's going to do is enable the second one to attack as it takes the chains hit on the chin. Yeah, chains particularly nasty, especially in a matchup with Earth, where a lot of the easy artifact removal is bury. And chains, of course, doesn't care about region or proximity. It just hits you wherever you are.
Yep. So what do you think Jared's hoping to draw here?
Yeah, a couple of things you could do. A disenchant to get rid of the abundance, but you probably want something to get rid of chains at this point. And if not that, then just more of those kind of mid-range minions, maybe another unicorn or a pudge, something like that, so that he can start pushing damage again. Here we have we've got a Thunderstorm dropping in on the same spot as Atlantean Fate with that void in the corner, which is a tricky placement because obviously Thunderstorm isn't going to do anything if it accidentally strikes the unicorn, but placing it where Dava has placed it with that void in the corner, it means that it's no longer a viable option to be animated until that can get filled up. Although it does look like Dava is beginning to build sites up that left-hand side, so he could very soon fill that spot and then start animating both of those to put some real damage in.
Yep, could be some incredibly big swings there, right? With the all right, we're going to fill in this last square and then animate, bash you for 5 and then 4. and then also deal the 3 damage at the end of turn as well.
Yeah. So there could be a big swing coming next turn. But he is giving Jared a lot of time to set up his own mana base. All right, so we've seen the first zap there, and Thunderstorm now moving into territory where it can animate.
Yeah, okay. So placing it there in order to zap either the dome or the soldier, and making sure that it can't zap the unicorn, which would do nothing, and then moving it over there, which is like a guaranteed, I can animate it next turn and I can attack something.
Yep. Jared there drawing a spell for the start of turn, and of course Chains then springing forward to wrap around that Autumn Unicorn and lock it down.
Yep. What a game. What a game. Like, it's just so much going on here. We've got an enchantment that doubles mana. We've got a Philosopher's Stone that discounts things. We've got a Chains that taps things down whenever you draw a card. So start a turn and other things. You know, you've got this enchantment that does 3 damage to something at end of turn and a random person, a random unit. Then we've got like the ability to animate that. We've got a land that can blow up the world, but it can't because it's currently being turned into a flooded place you know, by Atlantean fate. Like, there's just so much going on at this point in time. It's really cool to see the work and effort that these two have put into their decks.
Yeah. And just, again, I cannot state enough how all of those cards you said, half of those can also be turned into minions almost at a whim by Dava. And just the amount of options available, and not only for him, but then angles of play and options that Jared has to think about, all of these different things that might be animating and coming in into attack, or might just stay where they are and, you know, a little bit more untouchable. It's a lot to track, and it's a lot to wrap your head around when you're trying to, you know, build a defense and then also get some damage in on the opponent.
Yeah.
What are we seeing here? Okay, we've got Roots of Yggdrasil being moved out to the side. Now, once again, active. Now that they're out of the Atlantean fate. Is this going to be a sinkhole?
A sinkhole? I think it might be.
He's deciding where he wants the rubble to be once the world is destroyed. But yeah, I think it was one of the very first. Yeah, there it is. One of the very first games we were talking about the possibility of Atlas Wanderers to rescue the Roots of Yggdrasil. All right, and there we go. We have a full board reset. Of course, Jared is the Geomancer, getting to keep 2 Bedrock in play, and he hasn't spent any mana yet this turn, has he? He's just played out. Oh no, he played the Atlas Wanderers.
Oh no, he played the Atlas Wanderers. Yep.
And now playing out the Sinkhole. So you won't have. He'll have what, 2 mana left this turn. Probably not much to do with that unless he's got a Land Surveyor in hand to help him rebuild.
Yep.
But that is not what Dava wanted to see.
Pretty epic. Pretty epic. I think he's been playing towards this, but I also think that Dava has been like aware of that potential. So it'll be really cool to see where it comes from here. But we could be in for an even longer game here.
Yeah, certainly. Getting a little peek into Dava's hand there, and looks like he's got a tower, which will help him rebuild a little bit, maintain some of that pace. But man, Jared, thanks to those bedrocks, immediately able to play out an Autumn Unicorn.
So I'm going to guess that those bedrocks add Earth Threshold. Is that right?
They do. I don't know if he had enough mana for that play though, because he spent 5 on Atlas Wanderers.
No, this is the next turn. This is the next turn.
Oh, we've
So this
done a
is the
full
next turn.
cycle round.
Yeah, we've done a full cycle. So pass the turn to Davida. Davida tapped to draw a sight and drew a spell for the turn, and then passed it back to Jared. Jared's untapped, drawn a spell, played the land, and then tapped to play the land off the top, I believe.
Yes, he's just played out the village.
Yep.
Yeah,
so the village not making 1/1.
That's a terrifying prospect right there, with the Autumn Unicorn showing up that quickly after the roots.
Yeah, 4 power effectively on turn 1, right? Like in terms of
they're both on 17 health, right? Like this is a bit of a game reset, but Jared now has Autumn Unicorn turn 1
and has 3 lands compared to
mana ahead.
Yeah, compared to Davida's 0 lands and only 1 sight in hand as well. So even worse than like a reset, like starting the game, because he's got.
It's going to be very hard to pull back from this.
Yep.
But hey, we've seen a few upsets this afternoon, so
definitely,
you never know what'll happen. I think the timing of that roots combo was particularly bad because I think Davida was down to about 3 cards in hand. And so now having to make that choice of, do I draw spells? Do I draw sights? Maybe, try to play 1 out per turn. It's it's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah. Showcasing Jared's deck, the ingenuity that he's brought to this table, like showing off the power of mono earth Roots of Idris.
Yeah. It's quite awesome to see a mono element deck doing this well, because one of the aspects, I guess, of here we get a third bedrock come down. One of the aspects of alpha and beta is that threshold requirements aren't super high, and so it's quite easy to play 2 element. Pretty easy to play 3. Some people even playing 4. And so quite often people will be electing to play 2 elements for those reasons we were talking about before, right? You want to maybe put some lightning bolts in as kill spells, or you want a grapple shot for your Autumn Unicorn, or a heat ray. And Jared opting to go full earth, and it seems to be paying off so far.
Yeah, for sure. It's also like just cool to see.
Right.
We've got our staff party is also on tonight. We actually expected the event to finish a little bit earlier. So we've got a couple of people just coming into the commentary room now to pick up a couple of plates.
Nice.
So we've got a couple of staff members who are finishing up today, which is I'm really excited for them. See where they're using their degrees and moving on. And so we're just celebrating that. Yeah.
Very good. So you'll all be sitting around and for a couple of best of 3 matches of Sorcery, or are you going to give the brains a rest?
No, we'll get straight into some more Sorcery. Maybe just try and create some new formats at the same time for Sorcery, just because my brain hasn't been utilized enough over the weekend. So
yeah.
Do some. All right, we've got a lightning bolt on the zombie there. So we've got 2 zombies going on. We've got this unicorn happening. We're really turning in the screws here. Like a lot of damage being dealt. Dava just trying to catch up on mana after being so mana rich for the first half of this game. Once this is reset. Ooh, which one's that?
Okay, that is not good news for Davida. That is Crusade. It's a nice cheap aura, but it means that Jared can now play Earth minions into any of those 4 sites. And his Earth minions at those sites will have +1 power. So that Autumn Unicorn is now sitting at 5.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
It's a pretty nasty play. Obviously, Davida has elected to start playing sites out to the side to maybe buy a little bit of time, so Jared's units have to trudge through the no man's land of the rubble to get to him. But now that the Geomancer has called a crusade over there, they're all just going to show up for the fight, ready to go.
Right at Davida's door.
Yep. And
Just
I
trying to
don't
build out that
imagine
mana
Jared
again.
has any shortage of minions to throw in there.
So silence coming down. We'll just try to be a bit quiet in response to that silence.
Yeah, the silence not doing a lot right now, as the Scourge Zombie ability only activates when it's in the cemetery. And the Autumn Unicorn, of course, it's all of its strength lies in its extra power, so it can kind of carry on doing its thing. What do you suppose Jared's keeping track of on his notepad there?
That's a good question. I think that he's just made a note that we've gone to death's door, and now we're just going to be like, okay, how can I finish this off? Which, given what's going on here, there's a lot of options. What's been played here?
Play there. I think that is Davida playing a Courtesan Theus, if I'm not mistaken, but
Then not playing it into the silence to make sure that he still gets the Genesis ability.
Yep. So an interesting play here now that he's been dropped to Death's Door, maybe trying to... Yeah, it's not sure what he's planning for Jared's turn, but maybe this is just a big splashy card, kind of last minute drop, try and take something out, try and buy some more time. It's another spell to animate that silence.
Yep, another spell to animate the silence. Can trade with the zombies there. Yep, which is what David is going to do. But then it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Okay, Jared handing over his hand of cards as Davida takes over his turn. Oh, 2 Craterizers in hand. Does he have enough to draw 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Wow, if that's pretty wild. If Jared had one more site down on the board at this point, Davida could draw a site for him and drop his own Craterize on his own head, which would be pretty funny.
That would be great.
Also, a few other options there. You can obviously bury, have Jared bury his own Autumn Unicorn.
So run us through what's happening here in terms of Davida being able to take over Jared's turn. I'm going to guess that that's the spell that there's a Genesis effect that Davida did with that creature that's in the top left-hand corner. Which spells that?
That's right. That's a Courtesan Theus. So has a Genesis ability that says during their next turn, each player is controlled by the previous one. So basically, Davida gets to control Jared's current turn, which is taking place. But the cost there is that Jared will get to control Davida's next turn.
I see.
So Davida wanting to get himself into a position where he can buy some time. He's drawn some interesting cards there. He's got a Earthquake, which could be used to take out a bunch of Jared's minions up the top. might be too little too late. He's playing out the Holy Ground, which will, of course, heal Jared up to 20, but maybe lets him play the Divine Healing in hand to just waste it.
20 life versus Death's Door.
Yeah,
and looks like
I'm
two,
not seeing
two
anything
Crater
in the
Eyes
hand
hand.
there. Two Crater Eyes in hand.
I think that we might be seeing a handshake. Look, David is not one to shy away from a challenge, so he'll see what's available to him. But I think that he can probably read the writing on the wall here.
Yeah, good on him for playing the Courtesan Theas and trying to see what he could find. But personally, I'm not seeing anything in that hand that is really gonna save him here. He could lay out a bunch of damage. It looks like he's opting to destroy a bunch of the sites with Jared's own Sinkhole, probably to stop him from being able to play that Crater Eyes on the following turn. So getting rid of the option of an automatic
win.
Yeah, that automatic death blow. I was just taking a pause there. I think Davide was moving his Courtesan Theas, but of course it's not actually his turn. Oh, and there's a Midland army there as well.
A lot of expensive cards. So doing that Sinkhole, taking Jared off some mana, and hopefully trying to do 17 damage before he can get back up to the mana Crater Eyes. What's the cost on Crater Eyes?
Crater Eyes is 8, but then you also have to have a site in hand that you can discard as part of the casting cost.
I see.
So this Sinkhole move from Davida has bought himself a few turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's back down to 5, so he'd have to play out 3 more sites and have one in hand. So I don't think Crater Eyes is going to be ending this. No, he's gone for the Earthquake, and yep, he's burning the Divine Healing. And with that, the threats around the Enchantress have been removed. But I think it might be... Yep, there's a... there's an unfortunate card in Davida's own hand, of course, which is the Thunderstorm.
And that'll do the 3 damage
at
end of
Jared
turn.
Has to do. Yep.
Yep. Just confirming that that's how everything is going to work. And
but it looks like that might be it.
That's it. All right. Congratulations to Jared. That is such an epic game.
There we go.
What a way to finish it out. 2 amazing players just really racking their brains, but also racking our brains as we watched that. That was quite an amazing match to both commentate and watch. What an amazing finale to an already awesome weekend. Sean, what are your takeaways? Give me your takeaway.
Oh, that was awesome. Last 2 games having a similar ending with Jared actually turning Davida's cards back on him, first with King of the Realm taking over Grandmaster Wizard for the Death Blow slap, and then the Courtesan Theas play actually coming back to bite Davida by Jared being able to drop that Thunderstorm right on his own head. It was always going to be tough coming back from that Roots play in that last game because Jared was just able to get out to such a lead at that reset. And as we saw, they were both on 17 at that reset, and that quickly dropped. But man, awesome to watch, like, such high level play with so many options and angles going on, trying to figure out what's going through these players' heads as they go into the tank for a bit and figure out their next moves.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. My biggest takeaway is don't trust a Grandmaster Wizard. Right? They'll stab you at the first opportunity.
Oh, yeah. There's one thing we know about the Grandmaster Wizard is, he will He'll take it out on whoever.
Yep. He'll stab you in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because his king told him to. Yeah, like.
Well, I mean, it's the king, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Look, it's understandable. Royal decree. Yeah.
So
Absolutely fantastic to see everybody here, and really an awesome pleasure to be hosting and commentating with you, Sean. I hope that we get the opportunity to do it in the future.
For sure. It's been an honor being on here and getting to check out these games, even though I'm a 4-hour flight away.
Yep.
Getting to kind of join in and watch these guys play. How many people signed in for the constructed tournament? How many had to get whittled down to get to these last two?
So 54 people signed up, but then a couple of people couldn't make it in the end. So I think we had 48 players battling in order to make it into the top 8. So we went from 48 to top 8. And then through that process of elimination, we have crowned Jared the AU-NZ Sorcery TCG champion. First one of its kind, and walks away with an original piece of artwork, which is absolutely fantastic.
It's got that arid desert.
Yep, so good. It's so good. And hats off to Dava as well. Played an absolutely amazing final, but also every time I saw Dava playing, it was just a pleasure to watch him. And walking away with that original piece of artwork from the artist on the back of the art print.
Lindsay Crummett's artist proof card of the ancient dragon with something custom on the back. I didn't quite get a close look, but looked nice and colorful. Apparently inspired by some New Zealand and Australian mythology combined. Sounds exciting.
Absolutely cool. Yeah. So this is not going to be the last of this kind. We certainly intend to be bringing you more sorcery tournaments in the future at plenty of games. So keep your eyes peeled on the winning agenda. Check out that Discord server if you're interested in joining the league that Ira runs. Absolutely fantastic breeding ground of competitive play. But also, if you want to build something on your own, sneaky brew like Jared did this weekend, definitely go for that as well. So it's so cool that you've got options to jump in with a bunch of people that are really passionate, get some help from the community, or if you want to go on your own and create something new and interesting. I think we had 8 different avatars in the top, or at least 8 different decks, dramatically different decks.
Top there were 2 avatars of Earth, but other than that, a wide spread, which is really awesome to see.
Yeah, open metagame, ripe for the picking. So thanks everybody for joining us this evening and throughout the entire weekend. An absolute pleasure. We will see you on the next one.
All right, see you all.